coming to be here. I'm like really looking forward to spending the time with you today. That week we are all still reeling from the assassination of Imam Muhsin Hendrik, our first openly queer Imam. For Imam Muhsin, God is not within the theology, God is not within a mosque, God is within our personal experience, our own journey, our own inner reflection. God is within ourselves. So if we're looking for God, we have to go inward. Can we take a moment of silence to remember him? Thank you. June Jordan said I loved you and I wanted genocide to stop. I said I loved and I wanted nobody thirst and nobody cold. I said I loved you and I wanted justice under my nose. Art. During multiple simultaneous genocides after a massacre, Clement Poletti, a Stilfontein miner, said, "This is what I saw underground, people wasting away their body, betraying them in their slow, agonizing defeat. Hunger stripped them of their strength, turning once vibrant individuals into fragile shadows of themselves." In 2004, before I quit my job as a photojournalist at the Mail and Guardian, documenting whites who were a waste of white skin, who didn't quite succeed at using all the privileges reserved for them by the apartheid project to uplift poor Afrikaners. This is the first time I visited Stilfontein. Behind the OK Bedard, I spot a fountain. On a plinth above it, fanned by strelitzias, the bronze sculpture of a man holding a buffalo head. Just a buffalo head. His eyes are sprayed with blobs of white paint. There's another blob on the front of his short shorts. He's a miner, a white mine worker, the kind of man for whom there was a job reserved under white affirmative action. I documented it with my medium format camera and published it with other portraits of the white poor from 2004 to 2011. The documentary project captioned with first person account was called I Have Fallen. Narrative repair is a process of unmaking, unmasking, and underworlding, otherworlding. At CAMP, the Community Art Mobilization Project, we're making a tough space for hard questions. We're calling conspirators together to set the field and hold the line. We want to work in community, to make community, to connect, and share strategies of resistance and invention to shift dialogue to action through acts of care. We want to make sense. Please join us in asserting the narrative of resistance to occupation, alienation, racial capitalism by making with us and sharing our free resources in your own spaces. At Visual Intifada, we take action, and armed when people can sharpen themselves. We serve as a bridge and a digital no man's land to protect the identities of all participants. returned to Tilfin Solidarity Committee and the Kuma community led rescue operation to save hundreds of artisanal miners trapped underground for months by a police siege, Operation Vala Umgodi. Plug the hole. At the start of the operation in August 2024, the South African police, not funeral service, closed the tunnel due to facilitate the delivery of food, water, and medication to miners in the shaft to smoke them out. At least 109 people were deliberately and with malice starved and dehydrated to death by a democratically elected government. Haunted by Marikana, our first draft of the Stilfontein poster reads, Rimmel wearing a miner's hat. Coming into relation, we ask that our proposed poster be shared with the community. We've heard back. The community was uneasy. All their efforts were aimed at preventing another Marikana. What does it mean to come into community to serve, to shift the narrative? Clement Moletti, artisanal miner. I watched and hunger robbed people of their dignity. Some huddled in silence, too weak were delirious, mumbling incoherently or calling one again. Then came the final moment for some. Their breath grew shallow, their body still. They didn't die with any great commotion. Just a quiet surrender, as if their bodies had finally given up. No body is illegal, even though born free to plug the hole. We went back into our archive and pulled out the photograph of the Stilfontein statue and amended the tagline to unity. First on WhatsApp and then printed by Dingy Tom, sister of one of the mine workers, and displayed in Kuma, where most of the miners trapped in shaft 10 and 11 have lived. Uhuru Portia Palafala poem. The miners are dead. 1. Bringing legality into matters of state versus property reproduces colonial violence. 2. What about land? 3. What about white capital? 4. What about black overlord? 5. Some are still buried under mine shaft. 6. An unpayable debt. No favor. 7. An incalculable catastrophe explored in 6 movements. The bronze statue has since been stolen, appropriated by them. Our new South Africans street opposite the fountain when we asked during a supply run to the town. The plinth is still there, still framed by the birds of paradise, and in the fountain a white polystyrene fast food container of dumped garden refuse. The narrative for the moment having blown open. The statues are over. All the metrics are off. If only to paraphrase, and I'm going to say wrong, Julio, we want a life that no one else could provide, even the best fiction. From Gaza to Stilfontein and all shaped by global apartheid and settler colonial imperialism, we resist narratives of domination, incarceration, and dehumanization. Let us stand in solidarity with mine workers whose lives, lost labor happened around Stilfontein mine. Their families, communities are our comrades. They demand nothing about us without her. From Gaza to Stilfontein that had mobilized, protest, and in solidarity with communities, each one sacrificed at the altar of racial capitalism. Stilfontein is now, Gaza is now, Goma is now, the apartheid state is now. The Republic of South Africa made genocide the apartheid state had been using starvation as a weapon of war since before the start of the ongoing Nakba in 1948. Today, Donald Trump seeks to invite our poor whites to flee our shores to make apartheid great again in the greatest settler colony, while also looting the life-saving medicine from our own dear comrade love and forests. The Al-Aqsa flood washes away the delusion. When resistance breaks down apartheid walls, they set all of us. Artists are on the front line of the cultural war. What does it mean to be a queer artist when a gay mom is gunned down in the street? What does it mean to be a white queer artist when the gay flag is made a hate flag and held aloft on bulldozed bombed land, rubble, toil, and trouble? What does it mean to be a fat queer white artist, to become hyper-visible in a dissident body? How do we use what privilege we have in among ourselves vulnerable instances to advocate for others? What are our responsibilities to those that come after us, even if we do not birth them? What does it mean for us to take up the responsibility to clean our bloodline? How do we forgive, amend, repair, and fear with our fiercest desire to live a meaningful life that gives us purpose beyond our most intimate imagining of family, friendship, and comradeship? Art is a tool for social change. For many artists, particularly black artists, art counsels history of invisibility, reshapes public sentiment, and repairs narratives. We choose to fight our battles with artists, with words and aesthetics as our weapons. We continue to call on artists and cultural workers to disrupt the normalization of apartheid state and refuse the exploitation of an art industry that keeps us in scarcity and fearful of black lipstick. In the context of the rising global apartheid, militarized policing, fascism, racism, and xenophobia, let us all refuse teach mentalities, collective punishment, and dehumanizing narratives, the use of starvation as a weapon of war, and the brutalization of the many for the profit of the few. Let us stand with the people most affected by poisoning of land and stripping of natural resources and the denial of basic human rights for the profit of global elite. Let us raise our concept of humanity to be for all humans of all races, genders, classes, abilities, and across geography. What is the gate? Weaponized gate, appropriated gate, intensified gate, incorporated gate, expropriated gate. Leveraged visibility using the gaze. Seize the meme, steal the attention economy. Tell me into creating art is not different from the act of building a bridge. It is the work of many hands. In the making, we demand the right to opacity, just like Liton. We understand that strategic organizing, maintenance, and documentation of this project makes it visible to anti-revolutionary action by agents of chaos. We understand and accept the risk as part of our lives, our art practice, our revolutionary strategy. We consider all levels of accountability for protecting the people who come to play in our field. That is why we're determined that we do this with the most conscious and ethical philosophies of action in inviting your participation. If you are the dealer, I'm out of the game. If you are the healer, I'm broken and lame. If thine is the glory, then mine much shame. We kill the flame. Hineni, Hineni, I'm ready, my lord. Gather the temples where sacred practices of artists are itemized, commodified, and sanitized for the satisfied gaze of the middle to wealthy knives. Let's take art back to the street. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for that, Dean. Something that I really appreciate about you, you said this thing about art as a vehicle for social change. I'm paraphrasing. And I love that you say that because it's not something that I believe anymore, you know, not now. But I love it because your artistic practice is a practice of insistence, right? You insist on implicating yourself, on implicating us as workers, as a community, in the broader kind of context of violence that we live under, violence that makes our entire sector viable and possible. And for that, I can only be thankful. And that even though there is some kind of disagreement that I feel in me, it's a constructive one, because what you articulate is the world that I want to believe in. The one that I do believe in. Go back to your seat. But there was something I wanted to say. Yes, I forgot this last time. There are these zines, and they're kind of great. And they have like great poems and great art in them from people that have been on the panels and will be on the panels. They are free. So I always say if it's free, take two. They're at the back on the shelf, and touch, take, share, have, hold, and be queer in the zines. Yeah, great, lovely. There's something else I wanted to say. I'm just really appreciative of everyone being in this room right now. I know I said that already in the beginning, but I just wanted to re-articulate that because there is something. I mean, I come from a Christian background, and I think it's in Matthews where they say, where two or more are gathered, I am in the midst, the I being God. But the implication for that particular verse, for me, how I interpret it is that where people gather, God is manifest, and therefore God is manifest through relationship. God is manifest through community, right? So there's something divine, or there's a divine potential and a revolutionary potential wherever people gather. And I don't want to do the thing about like art is radical and art is revolutionary, because it definitely is fucking not. Like, you know what I mean? But it has the potential, it has the possibility, I believe. So the mere fact that we're gathered in this room gives me something that I really need and have been looking for these past years. Moving swiftly along, I would love to introduce the moderator of our first panel, Sinethemba Twalo. Sinethemba Twalo is a practitioner based in Johannesburg, South Africa. Twalo is an associate lecturer in the Curatorial Public and Visual Cultures Department at the Wits School of Arts. They are a founding member of NGO Nothing Gets Organized, an independent curatorial platform based in Johannesburg. Twalo has presented work in various platforms, including the 10th Berlin Biennale, the 2018 Daklos Free Jazz Festival in Zurich. Let me get out of your way. No, but I mean, they need to see the face and they need to see the outfit. Okay, you fit it out. Yeah, that works. Twalo has presented work in various platforms, including the 10th Berlin Biennale, the 2018 Daklos Free Jazz Festival in Zurich, the 3rd Black History Month of Florence, the 32nd Sao Paulo Biennale Public Program, and the 8th Jerusalem Show, among others. They recently curated the project Delay and Encounter and or Other Proximate Unknowns in 2023, the Du Bois Center in Accra. Other recent curatorial projects include Dim Corners with Pivo Salvador at Museum Africa in 2024, a Vocabulary of Senses 2023 convened by the Creative Knowledge Resources at the University of Cape Town, Interfacing New Heavens in 2021 with artists in labs at the Javits Art Center at the University of Pretoria, and an accumulation of uncertainties from 2022 to 2024, co-curated with Amy Watson, which forms part of the World Weather Network, a global coalition of 28 art agencies around the world formed in response to the climate crisis. Twalo is a graduate of the MAPS program at the École Cantonale des Arts du Valais in Sierre, Switzerland. They are a PhD candidate in art history at the SARCHL chair in South African art and visual culture at the University of Johannesburg. Please give a very warm welcome and applause for Sinethemba Twalo. Next, we have our beloved Aubrey de Swart. Aubrey de Swart is an artist based in Johannesburg, South Africa. De Swart's work challenges the ongoing effects of settler colonial whiteness and masculinity and perceptions of queerness as unnatural and un-African through joining historiography with fiction, autoethnography, ecology, desire, and the fantastical. He positions his work as an expanded form of collage which moves between photography, video, sound, sculpture, costume, and performance in a convergence of the elemental and theatrical. De Swart's work has been exhibited, performed, and screened at venues including the Novel Foundation in Cape Town, Haus der Kulturen der Welt, Berlin, Forum des Images in Paris, the Institute of Contemporary Arts in London, the Center for the Less Good Idea in Johannesburg, and KwaZulu-Natal Society of the Arts in Durban, among others. Solo exhibitions include Pool Times Field Station in Cape Town 2024 and Pool Johannesburg in 2018. MOT International Projects in London in 2013 and Blank Projects Cape Town in 2011. De Swart has completed residencies at Rupert Vilnius, Hordaland Kunstcenter Bergen, and the Nerox Foundation Cradle of Humanity. In 2022, De Swart was awarded a Social Impact Arts Prize. De Swart was taught at the Wits School of Arts, Rhodes University, and Stellenbosch University. He holds an MFA in Fine Art from Goldsmith University of London. I know that's fucking right. Is a graduate of the Market Photo Workshop and Stellenbosch University, and is currently participating in the Post-Natural Independent Program of the Institute of Post-Natural Studies. Please give a very warm welcome and applause for Aubrey de Swart. And our final esteemed panelist is Ruth Mutau. Ruth Mutau is a pioneering South African photojournalist known for her compelling documentary photography and dedication to visual storytelling, born and raised in Meadowlands, Soweto. She developed a passion for photography at a young age, eventually pursuing formal training at the Market Photo Workshop, Mail and Guardian, Sowetan, and City Press. In the country's mainstream media, Ruth broke barriers in a historically male-dominated field, paving the way for future generations of photographers. Her work is deeply rooted in social justice, capturing the realities of everyday life, especially in marginalized communities. Throughout her career, Ruth has worked for prominent newspapers such as the Mail and Guardian, City Press, and Sowetan, where she played a crucial role in shaping visual narratives in post-apartheid South Africa. Her photography focuses on issues such as poverty, gender, identity, and urban life, offering an unfiltered look into the experiences of ordinary South Africans. She's particularly known for documenting the resilience of women in communities facing socioeconomic challenges, using her lens to amplify voices that are often overlooked. Ruth's work has been exhibited in major galleries and photography festivals, both locally and internationally. She's also participated in numerous workshops and mentorship programs, training aspiring photographers and advocating for greater representation of Black women in the field. Her contributions to photojournalism have earned her accolades and recognition as one of South Africa's most influential documentary photographers. Beyond her professional achievements, Ruth remains committed to using photography as a tool for education and activism. She continues to document South African society with an emphasis on storytelling that fosters empathy and understanding. Her legacy is one of resilience, artistic excellence, and an unwavering commitment to truth through the lens of her camera. Please give a very warm round of applause and welcome for Ruth Mutau. And with that, I leave you in the very capable hands of Sinethemba Twalo. Does everybody have a mic? Is it okay if we can bring the panelists and the moderators some mics? Shot.
Hello, everyone. I thought it appropriate to begin the conversation with two quotes that I found in Alexis Pauline Gumb's new book on Audre Lorde. The biography has touched me and has kind of oriented me elsewhere. So I might begin with these quotes and then I'll move on to talking about how they enter the space of image making, albeit differently. Open quote. By survival, I do not mean mere existence, which is the province of the walking wounded and the walking dead, but an active quality of living. Close quote. Where I come wrapped in should be familiar to you, as hate is. What I come wrapped in is close to you, as love is close to death. I thought maybe it would be appropriate to begin with process. So I'd had an informal conversation with Aubrey about the title of the panel itself, and it kind of almost seeming like it was drawn from something other than orienting us towards something else. So I was impelled to ask if possibly we could begin from the space of the artwork rather than the archive. And this had been influenced primarily by Ma Ruth's work, and it was an interview that I'd been watching almost in preparation, thinking about today. And you had been elaborating how you began to come into photography, the intimacy of coming into photography through, firstly, your relationship with your father, and secondly, an experience of you being in the darkroom for the first time and how that impelled, I guess, your focus or preoccupation with photography as a practice. And maybe we might begin there in thinking about not only your process, but how you enter the space of image making and where we are right now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Ruth. I was born in Maryland, Soweto, and in the 60s. So I had always been very curious. Very curious. I think what brought me here is curiosity. Things that I didn't understand. Probably I was young and I probably wanted to. But when I was in a position of knowing, then I ventured. And I ventured in storytelling, in taking photographs. And those photographs that I've taken decades ago, I can still go back to them and look at them. So that my curiosity made me create and document stories and tell better stories that were not told as I saw them. And I think working for a newspaper made me aware that we don't even tell stories. We tell a pinch of it with photographs. And most of the time I felt there was no justice in that. So that's when I started doing my documentary, telling the full stories of how I see them and how I interpret them.
Part of that interview you had spoken about your vehement opposition to documenting the violence and brutality of life under apartheid, right? During a particular period, which was the transition period, and how that kind of shaped how you thought about your relationship with your subjects, but also thinking about, I guess, the documentation of everyday life, particularly of Black everyday life, and you know, moving away from the spectacularity of, you know, how our lives are imagined in and through violence. Maybe you can speak about that and how that's forged a new way of seeing or thinking about your practice differently under the conditions which you were working at that particular time.
I think beginning of 1992, 93, violence in the townships. And being from Soweto, I was deeply affected by that. Sometimes we couldn't even travel. Sometimes we couldn't even go anywhere. And 1986, there was no school at all. So we had to stay at home. But I remember one day I had an assignment, and I had to go to Soweto with a colleague. We drove through Mufolo, through Mshenguville, the shacks. And as we drove through, I saw a few dead bodies. I just couldn't photograph that. And we went straight to some of the houses. When we got there, I saw a child being hacked. Didn't photograph that. And I came back to the office and I told my boss, said, I cannot photograph dead bodies. And if there is a way of me telling other stories, and I think as Black people, we have more to live for rather than violence, I'm happy to do that. And I am sure that I'm alive. I was not a victim of violence. And I'm capable of going to tell those stories that makes us human beings, that makes us alive, that makes us celebrate life in spite of all the troubles and the social ills that we had. So that's why my documentary started.
Aubrey, we might make a move, and maybe taking the title into consideration and how you complicate or trouble what an archive might constitute. Maybe we might begin there in thinking about your process, in thinking maybe an archive as a site of bodily sensibilities, or a moment to grapple with a series or situations that might impel a certain form of thinking or effective gestures that allow for queer possibility. Maybe you can talk about your process of collaging, of cutting and pasting, watery sensibilities or certain riveriness which one finds in your work, and think about how it also influences how you, I guess, approach the space of making images, or complicated rather.
Hello. Yes, so I think within my work, the archive is definitely something that becomes inhabited. And there's a sense of understanding the archive also as something that haunts us, or the space where we can enter into to get in touch with ghosts. I have a very clear memory of attending the Gala 20th anniversary exhibition in 2017 here in Johannesburg, and feeling just the sensation of, I guess, a type of loss for my youngest self, not having encountered that archive, and feeling that that kind of material should have circulated and somehow brought me closer to my body in that encounter. So in my work, I often I work with lens-based photography or videos or moving images, and I think I'm always interested in the image as something that's not static but moving, or something that which impels us or can become performed. So often I create collages which I literally inhabit, so kind of stuck upon my body. So I can show you an example where, you know, you have this kind of conglomeration of images, and I'm kind of struck by this image we have of the ghost, which is this thing covered in a sheet, a bed sheet, and how one has to kind of throw over a sheet in order to see the ghost. And in the same way, maybe these collages I make become externalizations of something ghostly. So yeah, they are ways of me processing media. When I started with this practice, it was really understanding the kind of gender implications of photography and how photography circulates in a way to construct hierarchies of gender, of race, of class, often through our encounters with advertising, even in journalism also, which bodies are valued, and so forth. So it was a way for me to start processing this kind of media landscape into something else. Yeah, and I also think this takes on different dimensions within my practice. So sometimes it's a collage on a body, other times, I'm just gonna skip through, it's kind of photographs that are inserted into watery spaces, and understanding, I guess, the space of fluidity as a space also potentially of the archive in a literal way. So I'm also...
So maybe we could dwell maybe in the idea of water as a queer,
Yeah.
water as material, but water also as, like, you know, a form that allows for meaning making to occur.
Yes, I think often with the sense with the queer body is that it's something that it's difficult to represent because it kind of does not want to be represented, and it also understands the kind of limits of representation. But I do think there's ways in which you can figure or work within figuration that does not become fully abstract, but still suggests a form of embodiment. So therefore, I often turn to water. I think there's something, I was in this conference at Hazendal Festival last year in which some of the panelists were speaking about water as our earliest ancestor, and that once upon a time we were all water. And I think there is something deeply queer in being in water. The sensation of the body shifts the way in which one becomes held. And yeah, the sensation of something leaking or enveloping oneself. Also the body, I think our body is also constantly dispersing itself through the way we leak in various ways, crying or urinating or sweating or coming, or like all these ways are ways of like spilling forth. So I think also this, it's like a false idea that we are somehow singular and contained. So that porosity is something I'm drawn towards, and in working within the archive, I find it a space that is very contained. So through that exhibition, I had an encounter of that archive, but without that, I would have had to have the knowledge of that archive and travel to that place and request a box, which I then open to see a photograph. So yeah, I'm curious as to how we can like make archives wild again and like let them spill forth in different ways. So I think art making offers that opportunity to mediate, to filter, to translate, to shift the encounter with the archive. And in my work, I'm very influenced by the writings of Elizabeth Freeman, and she has this notion, often writing around the relationship between queerness and time, which is also interesting for photography, because photography is meant to be this like index of a moment in time. And I guess that's also how it often functions archivally. We access photographs as moments in time. But yeah, she writes about this idea of the retemporalization of bodies and how our bodies kind of exist in sequences in time. And often queerness is this thing that's either suggestive of something to come that hasn't yet fully manifest or can't exist under present conditions. And yeah, she also writes about this idea of temporal drag, which I'm very interested in. So modes of kind of drag, kind of like performing time in a way, and how one can perform different sets of time, which I think is also something collage offers one. You can combine images or photographs from different places and times to create this kind of third thing. Yeah, I'll just leave it there.
I think we'll segue back to Maruth. And I want to think about maybe two bodies of work that have become quite prominent in your career. And I'd encountered these bodies of work in an exhibition where they were kind of juxtaposed together, but also with Mahelen's work, which was a portrait, a self-portrait that she had sketched, and it was her in a moment of rest and leisure. And I was interested in your series that was shot in 1991 at Alexandra Hostel. But in that particular mounting, it was also juxtaposed with the images that you had shot of Polly Modene's, Polly Modene and Robert Boswayo's wedding. Sorry, the exhibition was When Rain Clouds Gather at the Norval Foundation. And I wanted to maybe broach the question of care, the question of intimacy and developing a relationship with your subjects, but also then thinking broader questions of leisure and rest within Black life, and maybe begin with the relationship that you forge with your subjects and how, I guess, you figure them within your practice also, in how you work and how you broach whatever it is that you are preoccupied with visually as a photographer at that particular. I'm still trying to get into this, but also the question of audience always kind of has one a little apprehensive about what they're saying, whether whatever you've said is correct or came out properly. So excuse my my mistakes as I go along.
And let me start with the documentary about the women's hostel.
Yeah.
I think I went there a couple of times, and I asked the women if I could, come and photograph them, and just spend time with them. And it obviously said yes. And I went there, took photographs of whatever was there. But remember, the hostel, I think even now, it was mainly people who come from the rural areas, or some a little bit from the township, but mostly rural areas who come to Johannesburg to look for work. So most of them were like your factory workers, your domestic workers. And then I think when I was there during the day, most of them were not there. And there was, the other grandmothers who were looking after the children. So there was a crash. You find it's a normal, it's a community. And as I continue there and then being part of them, you know. And then there's this particular image of this woman I shot lying on a bed, and also, well, she didn't even have a bra, and then she had a panties on, and then later on her friend was sitting on the while lying on the bed, and she was sitting, and then I shot it from the back. And I think for quite a while, when I look at those images, they talk to anybody of us, every person that goes to work, and when they come back, you take off their shoes, you take off your jacket, you loosen up. And the woman sleeping on the bed, it's me coming from a long days of work, getting home, taking off my bra, tired, taking off my shoes, and just wearing something light, you know? It's not taboo. It's all that we do. All of us, we do the same thing. It's just that she's in the hostel and lying on a bed. So for a while, and I think if I was younger, I wouldn't defend my work as I know now, because then I think I was younger, and probably I wouldn't tell the truth because I was young and learning. But now I know I am matured. I can defend it's not really subjects. The people that I photograph with dignity, the people that I spend time with, people that accepted me in their space. And also for me to be in their presence, taking those photographs with dignity and respect. What I photograph, I always say to myself, if the person whom I photograph is in a position with having a camera, will I allow? Of course I will, because and some accountability. And coming to Polly Mutine's photograph, when I was in Meadowlands, I used to walk around with a camera. So every story or anything that was happening, they used to come at my house and then invite me to, to take some pictures. I grew up knowing Polly as a young child. And in 1997, I mean, we knew Polly. Polly was this bubbly person. And then suddenly there's a wedding, and then I had to go and photograph the wedding. Actually, he came, and I went there. I mean, if you go to the Mail and Guardian archive and read the story, it's so colorful and so chaotic. And yeah, so I was invited because I think they realized, most people, that I worked for a newspaper and they could trust me, and there was this story that's happening. And I'm glad that I photographed that, because for me that's history that is being photographed, especially in Meadowlands where I come from, photographed by me in 1997. And I think by then, I think all of us didn't know that this particular wedding will be a topic of every day, something that is really important, something that, that I captured and I cherish. Yeah.
Aubrey. prepared for the talk today, which you had shown me earlier. Maybe you can allude to some of their statements and kind of lead the entry to thinking about your images also. Also in compiling these notes, which kind of cross-reference a lot of things, but I guess also speak against a certain archival impulse, right? And thinking about the archive as this ordered, categorized, and form of collecting where things almost seem static or, you know, layered in dust. But rather maybe thinking about the archive as something shifting, something unsettled, something porous, something, you know, also one could perform a certain decide, and acknowledging the archive as something that a lot of the time transmits a certain violence that we have to contend with. And I think that's also like partially what you're trying to get to. And I think of a work such as, for instance, as we had spoken earlier, I'll Not Wear My Sunglasses Again, which thinks around the figures of Paul Tech, Felix Gonzalez Torres, and Derek Jarman, who are also as well, particularly Derek Jarman, but also in thinking about their practices as forging a certain queer possibility under conditions of duress and violence. Yeah, I know that went on and on and on, but you know, like maybe.
Is this it's still on. Yeah, I mean, I was just kind of writing a lot of notes yesterday, but the one quote that I think is quite interesting to ponder on is this writing by Kaguro Mashuria, who writes, what do queers need to invent to survive, and how do such acts of invention engage with authority assigned to archives? So I think there's also this kind of space between the kind of retroactive protections an archive maybe affords in a way we can appreciate or encounter a life through the archive, and then the reality of being a living subject who has not yet been archived, who might never be archived, who does not fit within the framework of the archive. And this also brings me maybe to think about, like, how do we even define what a queer body is, and the role of queer art making really to trouble this idea of a collective or coherent queer body, and rather disperse that into many collectivities. So yeah, this is something I also think often about in my work, this relationship between the collective and the individual. So in those collages that are on my body or on other people's bodies, and this kind of layer or film that's placed over the body, there's also this relationship between the mass of figures within the representation that could be read as a crowd, and how maybe within us we kind of contain these pluralities or multiple
Many
directions
that kind of then contend with each other, or like, you know, aid towards processes of becoming.
Yeah.
I wanted, well, the second panel is on becoming, and I was thinking about queer becomings, right, as something also not so stable, and also maybe thinking about the artwork, and I pose this to both of you, and thinking about the artwork as having its own possibly make of it, and in encountering, or rather when grappling with the process of making as a practitioner, right, like you are in and of yourself also creating an archive of sensibilities that you draw on that propel the work further. And also, I guess, establish an intimate relationship that you as a practitioner have with the work that is significantly different to the person who's viewing the work. And maybe I might pose or think around a encounter whilst making and the encounter after, when then the work is kind of outside of the realm of your, where you no longer, like the work is no longer yours. It is, in essence, out there for everyone to kind of like imbue and make many, forms of meaning from it.
Yeah, that's a wonderful thing. I mean, it is really interesting to be in a space and hear how people encounters one works in this space between one's intentionality and research and making, and how you understand what you're doing and how the sensibilities others bring to it, and other, the way in which maybe a simple image like Ruth was describing of someone that's like a very familiar image of someone resting after work. There's so many different relations to something like that. It triggers all kinds of responses depending on your own relation to work, or maybe there's something the figure's wearing in the photograph that makes you think of someone within your personal life. So I think images also open up sets of connections and prompts for conversation, recollection. That is about kind of dislodging. But also, yeah, I'm quite interested in this idea also of the image as the space of, to return to I'll Never Wear Sunglasses Again, which maybe I can just show a pic of. It's a video piece in which I was kind of considering the ethics and erotics of mourning, and mourning specifically for certain queer artists who passed away due to AIDS-related illnesses in the 80s and 90s, and thinking also how a certain modality of queer practice was really formed during that time, in which artists had to contend with the fact that they had, at that point, a kind of death sentence through this pandemic, before, the advances in medicine. And what does it mean to revisit those bodies, to think about their stories? And I was working with 3 historical figures, but then also 3 figures that aren't historical whatsoever in relation to them. So one figure was Edward Scissorhands from this film by Tim Burton, which is this person that has scissors for hands, and his only way of touching is to cut. And I was thinking of the ways in which collage
which then
encounters
replicates parts of your practice
Yeah,
through the
yeah, yeah.
collaging, right?
And then there was also someone who was embodying an ostrich who was in heat. And then also this figure called the Wind Boy that can't speak, but just like exhales, I guess, wind. And yeah, for me, it was this idea almost of an archaeology of touch through this, making this film, and also understanding this digital white space as a space through which things emerge or recede in, almost like the space of like a near-death experience, or the afterlife, or the blank page, or in the sheet that's placed on the ghost, or yeah. And the framing of the body is also kind of referencing maybe hookup apps and that kind of way in which the body also needs to present itself in order to become desirable. And that's also something I often think in my work, these ways in which we frame desirability or contamination or toxicity in relation to the queer body, and how to imagine that otherwise. But yeah, to kind of end my thought, something I've been interested recently is this notion I heard called anarchaeology, which is this idea of excavation, but instead of excavating to arrive at the past or just the past, one is kind of excavating what isn't yet there. And I think this is something that art making does. We kind of attempting to excavate a space that doesn't exist. Yeah, it comes with failures and experiments, but this idea of reaching towards a space that isn't there yet, I think is why a lot of us also turn towards art making.
Or being oriented towards something that is yet at that moment is unknown, right? And I guess maybe that's what the artwork does. It offers possibility. And I'm interested in like modes of speculation which figure within works, right? But I guess also the process of like shooting has a different consideration because it kind of like stages a moment, and then all these other effective experiences which might happen within this particular moment kind of, you know, don't figure as much in the image. And maybe that's also something I wanted to touch on as a photographer, like also coming into the fact that I'm quite wary of image making in my own practice. So it was quite ironic that I was actually invited to lead this panel because I'm quite vehemently opposed about like working with new images. If I do work with images, they tend to be found images and kind of complicating, you know, their assertion, or maybe having them have another life. Maybe Maruth, we might speak about, you know, the space of photography and images and the moment. I don't know how I frame it. Also having made that declarative statement, excuse me for asking that.
Sometimes when I go to a space, or yeah, let's say space to create images, you can see them. Sometimes you know the prices, like, you know, you have your decisive moment, and then, you know, you got that image that you thought you had, the one that you had in mind, but you had something extraordinary. Sometimes it comes as a surprise, but most of the time most of the times, you know, I prepare myself for anything. Sometimes I don't get anything. I can spend a day in a space where I want, thinking that I'm going to create images, and I want to be happy with whatever I shot. So sometimes it's about luck, but sometimes it's about energy. Sometimes it's about also this surrounding, the people that you have to photograph. I mean, if they are not coming forth, or if they not willing, you're not getting anything. But if they are willing to participate and be invisible, even myself be invisible, then I think you can come up with something great. Yeah.
And there's something beautiful about your practice also moving away, like intentionally moving away from the spectacular, right? And in broaching the everyday, you kind of then make that which seems ordinary less mundane, or like the spectacularity is able to come through that process of privileging that context or situation, as opposed to kind of like creating an environment where then, you know, like, I guess the subject in a sense is eaten up by the camera, or like you attempting to convey on to the audience, like
to create such images where people are comfortable. You know, I only go with just a simple camera, not too complicated. Not, it's either with one body, one lens, or two bodies, two lenses, 50, whatever. And I think for the first probably an hour or couple of minutes, people will ask themselves if this is real or whatever. There's no flesh. It's just like taking images. And I don't like using the digital. look at the
See
back,
image, yeah.
and then, you know, edit and delete. But if you use film, you think about it, you compose, because that moment, you're not going to come back. It's in the film. So it's a kind of discipline that one has to have. And also taking those photographs in a film, and after that, you just wonder. You just want to process those films and then look at the frames. If what you shot is what you wanted, you know, it gives you a very unsettling suspense sometimes, but it's a great feeling.
And then maybe also thinking about the relationships that you have with image making in the realm of photojournalism and also like contemporary art practice, and like the demands of each context requiring something different from you as a practitioner, right? How do you kind of negotiate those spaces and thinking about, you know,
I think as a documentary photographer and as a photojournalist, it's two different, it's two different ways of telling stories. If you're a photographer, you're out on a story. You do ask permission. You do ask for, you know, story, a pictures to be taken. You explain, but most of the time, you just have to take because that needs to be published. And sometimes you don't get what you really need for the paper or for the publication or whatever. You just have to take whatever it's there, or sometimes you improvise. But with documentary, you need patience. You need to be there. You need to create that work. You know, you need to spend more time. Whereas with photojournalism, there is no time. That time that you have, that the story has to be published, it's only limited.
well, I'm trying to think about where to lead the conversation. It seems like maybe you can show us some images that you had compiled and thinking
Just
about also
following
archival
on
also.
from Ruth's comment around, I guess, modalities of photography. I think it's also interesting how, you know, photography is a technology. So, and like no technology is neutral. And I think with hindsight, I'm also understanding how in my early work, I was using digital photography because that was a new technology that was available at the time, but I wasn't really at that time thinking about this as, oh, this is a new technology that I'm encountering. It was kind of what was available at art school. And a lot of the work at that time was artists dealing with digital photography because it was a new technology. So trying to explore perhaps in the way that people are like working with AI in this moment, what this kind of image making mechanism is and its relation to truth. And it also opened up this supposed direct relationship between photography and truth because of the manipulation one could do to the image. So I was quite interested in those forms of manipulation or creating something that feels very photoshopped but isn't. And these
But
kind
I
of,
also don't think like your focus is primarily on photography. I think it's just thinking about the performative iterations of like the practice, right? Like what photography can allow as opposed to you dwelling in the image, right? Like, because there are all these scenarios that you kind of conceptualize that the image conveys, but might not necessarily fully encapsulate what the work is intending to do, right? So maybe think about that and troubling that, and the focus not being primarily on photography per se, but it being able to be a conduit for something else.
yes, it's kind of like a, it's kind of a container, I guess, for other modes of expression, but one that I always feel I almost want to work with sculpturally or performatively. So
like also maybe you can go to the images because
Yeah.
like there's a certain You know,
maybe-
thinking about the monstrous, thinking about the
Mm.
more than human, thinking about submersion,
Mhm,
thinking about also masking, which are very
mhm.
queer methodologies, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe you can talk us through Red Thirst, which is quite an important
Yeah.
work to think about those questions.
So this is a work called Rid of Thirst, which I made between 2015 and 2018. It's a 13-minute video, and I was working on it, so it sounds like crazy to work 3 years on one video, but it wasn't that I was working on it all the time, but kind of now and then. And it started off with a script that I wrote in response to seeing some graffiti in public space in Stellenbosch underneath the river, which was connecting kind of the town to a campus sport ground. And this graffiti read, "Real eyes, realize, real lies." And to me, it was like somehow, you know, you have this image of a troll underneath a bridge, or maybe someone lives there, or it's kind of like this space which one shouldn't occupy somehow. And it was interesting that this text was located there. So it's like, for who is this written? Who needs to see this? And that prompted this work in which I was responding to photographs that were taken next to this river in the 1960s and 70s of student couples, like white heterosexual Afrikaans student couples at that time at Stellenbosch University. And this imagining of, by the photographer Alice Martins, who was, I guess, an ethnographic photographer who made photo books and also a lecturer in photography, the first lecturer in photography at a tertiary institution in South Africa. So I was interested in looking at her work, and she has these kind of photo books that almost have these tribal designations. And then she had one around Stellenbosch, and I thought of it as a type of tribe. And wanting to trouble those images.
Or more like a cult.
That line between, quite culty, and this, I guess, images that seem very benign or friendly, pleasant, of these couples standing over bridges or having a picnic next to a river. But it contained to me a lot of violence about possession over space and the kind of transference of knowledge and wealth and privilege generationally through institutions in that moment. So I was interested in revisiting them and going back to the locations those pictures were taken and inserting another kind of gesture within them. And that led to this work, Rid of Thirst, and these kind of, it starts with those images being redeveloped again in a dark room and solarized. So actually that means like the image, parts of the image, it's so like running out, well, not me, somebody else in the in the frame who was a lecturer in photography at that time, Henty van der Merwe, who's also a queer artist from Namibia, who often works with like strategies of blurring within their work. Yeah, he's developing these images and solarizing them, and then it leads to a sequence at the mouth of the river where enlargements of these photographs are held up. So the photograph is also shown as a kind of document, but then becomes a buffer or a shield with these queer bodies, and then it goes to the places in which these photographs were taken next to the river, and you have this sequence of these students pouring out milk in the river. So the river turns this white color that then also dissipates, and there's a lot of things happening in the video, and it's kind of this jumping also between things not necessarily making sense narratively, but structured around poetry. So I think in my work, I'm often thinking of what is in excess of the image, what can the image not hold? So that sometimes takes me to the place of language, articulation, and not just written language, but language that's performed in a particular way.
Maybe you
Yeah.
could segue into Gama Gama, your latest work,
Yeah.
which also then plays with language, or rather
Mm,
incoherent speech in some sense. And
yes.
I guess it's the performance of a historical moment, but like also
Mm.
complicates how it's read, and you know how it kind of
Mm.
can be read within contemporaneity in particular, right? It almost comes off as this absurd performance that never resolves itself. It's in some essence, and you know, like the character becomes, but is undone also by the waters in water. And maybe speak about that process also in revisiting that particular site that you had began with the project Rid of Thirst and then Kama Kama.
Yeah, so I'm doing like 3 films around the Irsta River and understanding it as a kind of colonial marker, but also as a decolonial force, like what has the river witnessed, what stories can the river tell, and trying to, I guess, listen to the river. And part of it is also collaborative. So in this work, Kama Kama, I'm working with the novelist Ronalda Comfort, and she's also a poet, more known as a poet who writes in Kaaps, and the historian Sarah Yapi, and we responding to different spaces next to the river. So I felt in making that first film, it was responding really to Stellenbosch and the student experience, which related to my undergrad and fallism at that time. But that, of course, there's more to this space, to this river, and in telling its story, 1 film isn't sufficient. Not that 3 will be either be, but it kind of gives a broader sense. So I'm working currently on Kama Kama. I had this first iteration of the work that was shown last year at Pool Space in Cape Town, which Sinatemba co-curated. And yeah, in the work, I'm also working with a synchronized projection. So we're seeing one event being filmed from 2 angles, which also destabilizes our looking. And it's a bit of a queasy feeling, I guess, because there's also subtitles and you're not sure where to look always, and you have to orientate yourself. So I'm also interested in the encounter in the gallery as something that is bodily, and it's not just about seeing something on a wall, but something one could be immersed within, or that is also uncertain, like perhaps you're entering a narrative and you're not sure whether it's the beginning or the end of something, which is often our experience with video art, that you kind of somehow arrive too late or too early or at the wrong time. But it's on a loop, and I'm working in the film with a historical figure that I'm trying to re-embody as this ghost within the river and responding to a historical event that it occurred there, in which the first recorded instance of a white person referring to themselves as an Afrikaner was this drunk teenager in 1707 attacking a watermill that belonged to the Dutch East India Company in a drunken state with 3 of his friends, and like kind of creating a havoc. And I was interested in that this kind of mythology around our identity is located firstly in relation to that river, but also through someone being drunk and making a statement, and like, what is the space of drunkenness, and how does the river hold this history, and if the river could write this history, what form would it look like? So the speech of this figure sounds, I think even if you are Afrikaans first language speaker, it's difficult to understand because it does work with like inverted figures of speech and like jumbled language and shifting between Afrikaans and Dutch and German and Malagasy, and there's these strange slippages. But yeah, so it moves quite far away from, I guess, what a photograph would do. Of course, there weren't photographs of that time. And I guess I'm always interested in what becomes a document of a moment. And this is a type of document.
Or could allow for speculative fabulation to kind
Yes.
of, inhabit the space of the encounter. I think we've been any image, which we've been alluding to particular images, but like actually not drawing from them and what they possibly are saying and how they're living. I don't know if you got internet, so we could.
If someone gives me the internet, we could find images.
Sorry, I thought you were wanting to ask a question.
No, we were asking if we could have a Wi-Fi password so that we could show some images, if possible.
30.
Sorry.
The password is BF Offices. Sorry, BF Studios. That's the network, and the password is 30, as in the number. There it is.
Okay.
I wish you had told me then some images to show.
Okay, so let's go.
I'm not too sure what you might want to show, so I will leave that to you.
I'll maybe disconnect this and then we can find the images.
Where will I find it? I'll go to my Instagram page. Yeah.
I'm sure they'll be on.
Yeah. But probably specific ones, eh?
Which image did you
Do people have questions? I know the audience is a little. Like people are moving, I feel.
Hi, sorry, was it anyone else? Okay. Hi, I'm Jo. Thank you so much, Chair and the panelists. This is super, super interesting. I guess I wanted to, so I'm interested in like 2 points that I think cut across both speakers, but one of them is busy, so I'll ask one at the moment. But I think, so I'm thinking about the archive also, and I'm thinking about what you're saying about destruction of the archive, but also, Maruth, what you're saying about like what the dignity with what goes in the photographic archive. And I guess I'm thinking about, in a sense, like what is the materiality of all of this, right? Kibono, who's winning and losing, who's living and dying in these processes of archiving. I'm thinking about the Nationalist Party burning the archives in Pretoria to conceal this like grand corruption and mass colonial genocidal of violence of apartheid, like on the 26th of April 1994, right? I'm thinking about the British Empire in its latest instantiation in the United Kingdom. Not so long ago, burning the archives, concealing the massacre of the Mau Mau people in Kenya, the massacre of the Mau Mau uprising. So what does it mean to like live and die within and outside of the archive when the archive itself has historically been such an architecture of violence? And then Ruth, I just specifically wanted to ask you, because your point about not photographing dead bodies, it just was like it hit me here, right? Because I think we live in an age where like there's so much spectacularizing of like we have to show because, and I'm just like, how, I mean, what more do we need to see? We are watching a live stream genocide happening in Palestine right now, right? And who gets visualized as dead or not? White bodies, like we don't see abject scenes of white bodies. So I'd love a little bit more about the kind of ethos and process that informs that, because it really, yeah, it was really powerful, and I'd love to learn from that. Thank you.
I think for me, especially during the violence, most people will recognize or will know that their relatives are, have passed away or they're dead, looking at, newspapers or TV, and of which I think there is no dignity in that. There is no moral in that, I wouldn't want to see either of my families being displayed like that. So for me, it's a no-no. Even when I go and photograph, if I ask someone a permission, and he says no, I respect that. Me with the camera and having power, but it's also giving me photograph and then making a collective image. It's about collective work. It's not me as an individual image. Yeah. So dead bodies for me are, nah. Yeah.
I guess also like documenting dead bodies kind of that original, violence. I don't think it does much work in actually like
but even
recuperating.
Yeah, sorry about that. But even that, I mean, someone has to have that grace to photograph dead bodies so that, history can be recorded. I mean, James Nachtwey did it so well. But I am not James. I'd rather go to a Shebeen and photograph those people, But somebody has to do it.
And and also I guess maybe like the inverse side of negrophilia is the fact that like the white gaze is always interested with a dead black body. Like it offers fascination, or kind of also allows for them to fixate in this, simplistic reduction of what black people's lives are. And moving away from that allows for us to like capture some more of the complexity of black life without necessarily pandering to, an expectation of what our lives are and how they should be read.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Hey, sorry. Thank you so much for a really engaging panel across both of your bodies of work. I mean, there was just something I wanted to pick up on what you said, and it was quite striking, maybe in seeing the work. I mean, Aubrey's sort of work, I think that the work from the Never Wear Sunglasses Again, there's a particular kind of association of the queer white body and HIV there that's going on in that work, and that those artists that you invoke there, Derek Jarman, the kind of David Hujar, those people of a particular scene and influence and set of influences, and then Ruth, your work thinking about the townships in a similar period in a way. Actually, that's the same period. It's the 80s into the early 90s. In a way, in a strange way, there's a kind of shared reference to death and dying and being dead, or being a body that is deathly, could die, and the kind of abandonment of particular bodies by the state in the case of gay white men, particularly in the United States and the West, and in South Africa, an abandonment, a continuing abandonment that is structured by anti-blackness, not changed actually, and that Dean brings up in relation to miners' bodies coming out of tunnels, so the necropolitical, if you like, but it's particular staging in the scene of genocide or continuing coloniality that understands that body as a dead body or a body already or about to die, or that sort of maybe not social, maybe social death, but actual death in a way. So, and this abandonment I think is quite interesting because, and both your work chooses to confront that in very different ways. I mean, interestingly, Aubrey's work stages the kind of body drunk in the river, but they're always lying down, or there's an arm coming off, or these. And I think your work does want to think about a particular relation between whiteness, water, land, and the mythologizing of that, and maybe that's also very specific in each work, that articulation of whiteness. And then I think, Ruth, your work clearly is very located in this incredibly violent period, right? In the 80s, late 80s to the early 90s, very specific moment. It's the end of apartheid, but it's the most violent moment. And this kind of deep political violence at work in both cases. And your choice, Ruth, I'm just curious to hear more about not photographing bodies, but photographing something else, life around that too. But in a way, both are speaking about a particular kind of social, political abandonment and violence. And I'm just very struck by the different articulations at work there.
When when you start talking about dead bodies, I photographed funerals in my family. I photographed birthdays, everything. And I think if dead bodies would talk, if I would ask, can I photograph you? If they say yes, probably I will. But I think for me, images of dead bodies, they haunt me. They haunt me. So I don't want to be haunted. So I don't take photographs of that. Even dead bodies in the box, I don't watch because they haunt me. They really haunt me. Yeah.
Well, Aubrey?
Yeah, I think I'm also trying to, and work that I'm wanting to make and that I've written about before, maybe we'll return to this, we want to watch this video, which we'll look at now. Let's just see here, sorry. I'm looking at kind of I wrote this piece in 2021, like a bit more than 30 years after the first Joburg Pride. It's this piece here on the right, which was a textual commission, which I titled Ongoing Struggle, which looks at this figure, it looks at the first and second Joburg Pride Parade and understanding this use of by the gay and lesbian organization of the Witwatersrand using this puppet in the form of a cattle egret, which is a type of bird that sits on cattle often, but also other animals. And I'm wanting to make a future film that kind of looks at the history of these two pride marches through the perspective of this puppet and the use of this puppet and what this puppet means and why that symbol. So the writing also responds to that time. So I'm also trying to kind of locate some of my making here in Johannesburg through that project, but it's still quite information. So this is also something, one of that kind of archival encounters I had with the Gala Archive was seeing this like strange puppet in this pride parade and being like, what is this about? We know rainbows and these kind of symbols that we inherit kind of from the global north, but what was this symbol that was invented here, and why this choice? What does it mean? Why this specific choice? How did it come about? So I wrote about that a bit, and I think, yeah, I'm interested in kind of using that as a jumping off point for a project. So this is also another kind of archival encounter. And this is also a dead body, maybe in a way. This puppet doesn't exist anymore. The makers of it put it in a storage somewhere. It got deteriorated over time. It doesn't exist. But then it was performed, and the puppet was used by multiple bodies in the parade. So there's kind of like a set of hands holding it, and this figure, in order for it to exist, needs to be held and manipulated. And there's this moment within the first Pride March that becomes historicized that's really interesting. To me, a lot of people appeared at this march with paper bags over their faces because they were scared of being identified in what would surely be a very mediatized event, like photojournalists, the SABC, people filming this, and at the time with it was still criminalized to be queer. So if you were televised and your colleagues or your family sees you on TV at this march, there could be real implications for your life. So a lot of people were wearing these paper bags, but then there's this spring rainstorm in the march, and some people's masks are off, and it becomes this moment of ecstasy in a way. And in this Pride and Protest book, Fabia Dlamini, who at the time was a teenager, kind of at the front line of the march, she writes about in this moment of the rain that it felt that for a moment the whole world turned gay, which I think is just such an amazing quote for understanding history and how these things that might seem incidental, like rain or a puppet in the shape of a bird, really come to define a moment. And yeah, I think that's at the level I'm also interested in the archive. Like, is it even possible to archive rain? No, it isn't. But the rain is this thing that really defined that march. Of course, there's all these other factors, but it's one amongst many. And I think trying to get closer to this and its materiality, what it felt like, what was the sensation. So another term by Elizabeth Freeman is this idea of erotohistoriography, so writing history, but within erotics, understanding history not as just something that happened, but something that's felt, that sits within the body, that we carry with us. And I guess that's something I aspire towards in my work, is to arrive at this point of erotohistoriography, that when one encounters something, one has an experience of a time or a person or a place that feels closer maybe than
ecstasy and joy,
what the archive could have given us.
Similar with Maruth also, and your images of Polly's wedding, is that the context under which you took those images is also quite chaotic and disorderly, right? And thinking about the political situation and then at that particular moment, I think one of the article in itself emphasizes the fact that the minister at the time, Dola Omar, was vehemently opposed to, same-sex marriage, and that was being debated, within the auspices of Parliament, and that that image or those series of images allow for possibility, right? To imagine otherwise what life could be despite the insurmountable odds that you're kind of living this life out. And also, I guess, this embracing of possibility despite also not being too sure what the circumstances might be. Maybe we could play this video where you detail in greater the experience of that moment and you shooting. I don't know if we have subtitles. I'm not too sure where the volume might be, maybe on your side. Anyone? Help. Oh, okay, yes, that's a good suggestion actually. But I'm not too sure if it will play because it's connected to an HDMI cable, which might also affect the sound. Speakers.
There are subtitles, so maybe.
Okay, well, read the subtitles, I guess.
You can track it somehow. Please also just switch to that connector so that I'm able to get started. It's on the audio settings. Should I? That's maybe done. Should we just? Sorry? Should we just finish the video? Okay, finished. Okay, and then.
Yes, I wanted to open. So we'll open. Okay. There's a question. Well, two.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Carbon. My pronouns are they, them. And I want to take us back to when we were talking about, film photography versus digital photography. And that got me thinking about, practically speaking, as artists, how are you archiving your work? So when you shot on film, do you keep, your 35 millimeter roll? When you shoot digitally, are you saving your work, I don't know, on Google Drive? Like I have like a practical ask about how are we maintaining the archive right now? And I ask that as someone who's both an artist who works with lens-based photography and videography, but I also ask that as a software developer who is well aware of the precarity of the internet. People think the internet is just going to be there forever, but the internet relies on three things: electricity, right? It needs some kind of server, and that server must always stay cold. So if it gets even 25 degrees in that room, all the data gets lost. And so we're trusting Google Drive, and we're trusting Meta, and we're trusting, all these external conglomerate type of organizations to maintain our archive. So I don't know, have you ruminated on the archive of tomorrow gets made today. So how, as artists, how are you practically doing it? And have you thought about it, or you're just doing whatever, how are you doing it? Yeah, how are you archiving your work?
I still have my 35 millimeter films. I scan those and try and put them on the hard drive. And I still have my film also. My film is my backup, at least it's there. So with the internet, it might disappear, whatever. I still have my next, yeah.
And maybe elaborate on I'd read somewhere that there was an archival process going on with VITS in terms of making your work more.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a PLP, Photographers Legacy Project. But that's also, putting stuff on internet. If you want to get my stuff, it's there. As you say, it can just disappear, But I think we go as it happens. We try to preserve what we can. For now, you can still find it on the internet. I don't know in 30 years' time what's going to happen. Yeah.
Similarly, things on hard drives, some of those things also in the cloud, a bit cloud and hard drive, and then some of those photographs that I shoot in the river, those are on film. So I've worked in digital and film, and some of the video projects I'm working with things that are film and video, film and analog combined, in like these motion tracked images on the bodies. But yeah, it is stressful when one thinks that one works in the digital mediality, like what's going to happen to these things. There's prints also, but not all my images are necessarily printed. So yeah, my preference is for those things to be encountered as prints when they are photographs rather than as digital images, because there's a particular bodily relation. So that creates a physical document that then but of course a photograph also needs to, a printed photograph needs certain conditions in order to live and keep being preserved. So that also raises questions about like storage, light conditions. So one thinks of a photograph maybe as a flat thing, but it is material also. It's like we choose particular papers. modes of printing, sizes. So yeah, it is, in that sense, it becomes also like a body that ages. And yeah, there's ways of looking after photographs, and I know, and I've encountered some photographers' works there, and I've been mildly shocked at like the state at which some of these images are kept when they are framed, and how they, I mean, it's nice that one can just encounter them in an informal way, but I'm not sure if the artists are always aware of the conditions under which their work is kept. You know, archival practice is real, and in as much as we imagine the wild archive or like other things, or the archive becomes metaphorical, it's also, yeah.
There was another question. Yeah, didn't you? Oh, Seth, I think you have a question.
Thank you so much for your guys' reflections. I was curious in how, maybe for the both of you, you guys negotiate performance through your work. I'm particularly thinking about the relationship that photographers in general hold to space. So Aubrey, you spoke about underneath that bridge. Ruth, you mentioned the women's hostel. And I think depending on the body that we hold, we can't just necessarily go into a particular space unannounced. There's an element of performance that goes in with that informs our movement in the world, and our subsequent relationships with trust, I think, especially when the camera is involved. And so I'm kind of curious how two of you, respectively engage with this idea of performance when the camera's in your hand. And is it self-reflexive? Are you then conscious of the body that you hold and how that then presents in space? Yeah.
My parents came from the north, and they came to Joburg to look for work. But they lived, my dad lived in JP Hostel, and my mom was a domestic worker, and they lived in Sophia Town. From Sophia Town, they forcibly removed to Meadowlands. So every time, because I'm very curious, I will ask stories about where you come from, how did you come here? And, you know, it all goes back to someone living in a hostel, the Shebeen that I've shot, the woman's hostel. That's where my mother was a domestic worker at some point. So my pictures ties with my parents' movement from where they come from to coming to the township. So for me, when I go to those places, whether it's a Shebeen or maybe a church next to my street, it's things that I know or been told. So for me, it's just there to witness and capture those in an image. So it's part of my life. Yeah.
You know, I think there's this understanding maybe of the camera as like an extension of one's body, but for me, I'm very like, try to be quite self-reflexive about working with the camera. So that often means, yeah, I think like the modes of photography I'm often drawn towards maybe even would be like early spiritualist photography, where people were trying to, I guess, prove the existence of ghosts and spirits through photographing them. And that kind of idea of the real, maybe because I'm working with collage, I'm kind of working with a heap of broken images, and maybe that's the kind of body I understand or feel I am. So that has led to a lot of, in my earlier work, kind of self-portraiture, placing myself in front of the lens and then also understanding that as a construction. So not saying that this is me, but maybe also a bit of that. But yeah, kind of understanding the photograph as also a fictive document, a space of world making, imagination. When I work in video, and in my work I also work a lot with actors, so then this becomes somebody who's not themselves, becoming something else. So I think performance is in my work often very theatrical, and that like somehow in that theatricality I find myself getting closer to what I feel queerness is. It is like complicated working sometimes, like in the projects I work around the river, you know, working in public space. How does one work in that space? So this has entailed a lot of site visits, trying to find spaces next to the river to work within. Usually, because of the nature of that space, it wouldn't really be space that's so like populated with people, but I wouldn't film people within that work that aren't like paid performers. So it's kind of my work, I try and find real spaces, but kind of insert something within them that perhaps might have happened there, but it's not that kind of documentary mode.
That feels like, listening to those two, I guess, one feels like an auto-ethnographic understanding of one's experiences in place, right, or location, or trying to find oneself in location, and one feels also quite staged, in that also you intentionally try not to shoot whilst people are there, right, who are not part of the production. So there's, like, it always exists in the realm of the performative, and kind of questioning that and questioning what is truth, as you keep alluding to. Yeah.
Maybe to just add to that shortly, there's this moment in Kamakama where someone is working with a bulldozer in the river, because, you know, rivers are also constructed spaces. They aren't just natural. So there was a flood and someone is working, like driving a bulldozer in the river. And we were busy with the shoot and this bulldozer is like coming towards us. And then I had encountered that person before who was working with the bulldozer, and we had a conversation, and I was filming him working with the bulldozer, but in a way in which he wouldn't usually work with it. So he was like scooping up water and dropping it to create a kind of waterfall.
You frame that in the ending of the film.
Yeah, it's a moment in the film.
Yeah, at the end, as opposed to like being part of like Ben's.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm saying is that in as much as one also wants to create spaces for fiction or world making, when one works outdoors, there are these inevitable kind of
situations that
slippages, or, you know, the river has a lot of pollution in that maybe, like, if one wants to aestheticize the space, one can take out. But I'm interested in these things that like.
Okay, I think we're going to end our session there. We've gone over time. I want to thank the two panelists for their time. I don't know how to close this. Maybe I might call Kopano to kind of lead us.
Well, firstly, I think a round of applause is very much warranted. Thank you, Abri. Thank you, Ruth. Thank you, Sinetemba, for holding the space. Some notes just before we break for lunch. We'll be starting the next session with a Q&A with Dean Hutton, our keynote speaker, and an apology to Dean. I think you saw we had some awkward social choreography going there. It was a misunderstanding on my part. It was meant to be a Q&A and I missed that. So just so that we can have that moment with Dean, we'll start with that. And alongside that, if there are more questions that arise during the lunch, those will also be invited during that time. And if you are someone that doesn't like to speak publicly or maybe a bit shy, whatever, no problem. We have a QR code that is on the screen as well as on the lanyards. And if you scan that QR code, it will take you to an application called Slido, where you can put your questions and I can ask the questions on your behalf. So they're just different possibilities. There's one last thing that I need to mention. And we were ending the day with a performance. And that performance is going to take us to the Market Theatre or towards the Market Theatre. And I'm just noting that on the level of accessibility. So if that might be an accessibility problem for some, I think we can talk with the organizers, Nalakaba and Noma, to see what possibilities and what solutions we might be able to come up with. I think that's the most important, and even more important, please get something to eat. Please drink a lot of water, get some air outside. It's really stuffy in here. Thank you so much for your attention. Please enjoy the lunch.
Check.
Sanibonani. Mole. Dumelang. Hello. Good day. Good afternoon. Thank you. Hi. Hi. We're about to begin, so I'm going to invite people to slowly find their seats, also the folks outside. We're going to start with a Q&A. Well, let's say Q&A and C, like questions, answers, and comments, right? Because we love to say things as well. Just a few notes. We are waiting for one of the panelists of the second panel. We're not sure exactly when they're going to arrive, but we're going to try and play it by ear. We'll continue with the panel as scheduled, but we might take a tea break in the interim, depending on what the vibes are. And maybe also good to know, I said in the beginning that the performance that is happening at the end of the day will take us to the Market Theatre. That is in fact changed, so we will just stay in this space, in fact. And we might venture just outside or not. It's not super clear at the moment, which is at the point. But in general, we will be remaining in the general vicinity. There's not going to be a long walk to the market. So with that, I would love to invite Dean Hutton to join me on stage, and we can have a bit of a question, answer, comments, thoughts moment. And I would also like to invite, if there are questions or comments for the first panel, so if things came up over lunch, that you want to engage with certain questions. I'm looking at you, Toby. We had a very stimulating conversation about the archive. So if those questions are still alive, it's very available to ask them during this Q&A. Just directed to anyone in the room who has spoken. That is very much available. Is that cool? Does that make sense? Do we feel gravy? Does anyone have like enough water? I'm so worried, guys. I'm a Pisces, so I'm tired. Thank you, Talisa. Please be like Talisa, guys. Please learn. It's good to be learning. Don't play. Thank you. So without further ado, I'd love to invite Dean Hutton to join me on stage. So maybe just to start, I wanted to hear just how you're feeling in this moment with this day, the heat that you generated in the keynote that you shared with us. I'm very interested just to hear what the feelings are, emotionally, bodily, otherwise.
I'm good.
Oh, is your mic on? Do you want to just test it?
Hello?
Perfect. So Dean's good.
Yeah, I'm good. We don't need to talk about my emotion.
Okay, lovely. Something that came up for me as you were talking, because I'm thinking of this project that you're working on, Visual Intifada, and sometimes this uncomfortable disconnect that Joe actually raised for us in terms of materiality in the arts world. It is a sector and a discipline that thrives on abstraction, right? And there's something beautiful about that. There's something really beautiful about the I think it was Aubrey who said like this idea of going further than language through other mediums. I think there's something very valuable about that. But I think we also understand in terms of the capitalist market what objects mean in that context and how fantastically easy it is to launder money through these physical objects called artworks. So there's always a bit of a disconnect or a discomfort in the way that the politics that we depict in the objects that we make are not necessarily embodied in our own lives, in the institutions through which our objects are circulating and archived. So now you're working on this project, Visual Intifada, which I kind of see as a intervention into that logic. But I'm wondering for you, with the long practice that you have of being basically a dissident in the community, how is that navigation for you? How do you navigate this kind of continual tension between articulating and representing material struggle as opposed to quote unquote materially intervening into material struggle? Does that make sense as a question?
Yeah, but I think that we do intervene directly, like at the sites of trouble. We don't make objects, we make processes through which we act. We make action. We perform a certain role around shifting narratives. What we do is not just, you might have seen we were offering stickers. We find small ways of intervening and disrupting spaces, infecting spaces, whether that, so what we're kind of doing at the moment, let me explain Visual Intifada in a broader sense. We're doing creative strategies to remediate the media, to find the spaces where the traditional media are failing. The media had been complicit in not only in the brutalization of Black bodies for since the beginning of the media, it's a colonization. So one of the ways that it's done is, if we look at, for example, at Stilfontein, the constant use of the word like damme, which means hustler, which means when in actual fact these are workers that are doing a very critical work for their communities, in their communities. They're not hustling. They're working in very dangerous situations with very little support, almost, and probably for the exact same people as the traditional mining companies. So changing the way that we refer to them, like looking, using the word artisanal mining, mine workers, just one of the small ways, but and then projecting the work back onto the internet. So we're making murals to help raise some money, that help support one of the largest citizen-led rescue operations in the world, by people supporting a backer buddy that sends food when our government was starving young Black men underground. And when you think about that how many people died for our ministers, for our police service to continue to dehumanize them, and in the media, the pundits are calling them illegal miners, illegal bodies. Speaking about illegal bodies being brought up, this kind of thing, as a person who was a journalist, as a photojournalist, unlike Ruth, I photographed a lot of dead bodies, because if one photographer doesn't do it, other photographers have to do it as well. You know, to sit at the site of extreme trauma constantly, and to be made complicit every day. And in the work that I do as an artist, I'm able to, for myself, metabolize that, but also to make images that can change minds, that can change the situation. You were saying earlier that you don't believe that art can change. For me, I see it every day. You know, I see it in the way, I see it in myself, I see it in the way in which I interact with people. One of the things we did a few weeks ago is that we worked with mining affected communities, doing art workshops that allowed them to articulate their own experience. These were people that were actually rescued from mine. And for me, art changes. It changes everything every day, because it allowed people to change how they view themselves, and part of a cultural practice.
Yeah, thank you. Talking about Stilfontein, I was thinking a few weeks ago, I was in Cape Town at the mining indaba at a solidarity picket for the Stilfontein miners. And we were addressed by a woman who is leading the organization that is trying to organize artisanal miners. And they also brought one of the miners who was in Stilfontein. And there was a deep in interaction, and it was kind of mediated through the political theater of this picket. And then as you have maintained maintained a certain level of fire throughout your trajectory as an artist, as an activist, as a journalist, and being at that picket for myself and witnessing the kind of political theater, because I mean, we're at the mining in Dava, we have, you know, this person from Stilfontein, we're having really generative conversation to and fro the decision makers, right? And they're taking pictures of what they're seeing that they're going to put on Instagram later because we are like comparable to the scenery in that moment. And there was something that just like left my body in terms of, I don't know if it's energy or inspiration or hope or belief in the potential social change that art can bring, something really excavated from my body in that moment. And I'm wondering for you, over like your long oeuvre, what practices do you have, or what is it that you see that is maintaining this fire in you?
Stubbornness. I'm a Taurus. No, I was just born like this.
I was born this way, yeah. Thank you. Keeping it very clear. Love that. I wonder, are there any questions from our esteemed audience? Jamil.
Hi, Dean.
Hi, Jamil.
So sorry for being late. Was not intentional, but life happened. Thank you. You know, so the point of saying all that was obviously that I didn't hear everything that you had to say, but in this conversation and in combination with what I did hear, I think I have such a tempestuous relationship with whiteness, right? And I mean whiteness and its consequences are obviously very central to why you do what you do, right? And on the one hand, I'm like, I don't want to hear white people speaking anymore. But on the other hand, I'm like, they must speak. And so what came up for me now when I was speaking was, yes, whiteness is central to the work that you do. And it's not just whiteness, but your whiteness. But white is not all that you are, right? And leading on from the question about the fire that's always been driving you, I'm interested in hearing what are the costs, and how do you navigate that, and how do you live with that and synthesize it and observe the costs that come with doing work from, yes, in some ways a privileged position, but in other ways an extremely vulnerable position. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. It's a hard one to answer. It should never be comfortable to be a white body anywhere in the world with the pride of the ticket of being white. We should never be comfortable in any space. The work I do is mostly to make whiteness visible, and also understand the tension of then having in the decolonial to decenter the whiteness, and then lots of strategies, but mine is most often about putting my body on the front like that, which is massive impact to my health. I look pretty great now, I gotta say. But 2.5 years ago, I nearly died. And I nearly died because of what that hypervisibility, extremely visible to white people. And the cost of that is that I got ill, but it's nothing compared to being a black body, a black, brown, indigenous body over the last 500,000 years. And this is all that I can do, is to make myself accomplice, to make myself a conspirator, to be a terrorist, to white supremacy. That is all I can do, and that's all I want to do. That is my life purpose. My life purpose is to destroy whiteness in as much as I can. But yeah, I think that the important thing for me always is that no matter what I do, I'm mostly safe. As much as I can be a dissident, my whiteness protects me because there's always a hiccup. And also, there's also another thing that protects me, which is people's inability to definitely gender me. So my gendering is confusing to them, so they're not quite sure what to do, which is like, so when I wore that suit that said fuck white people, because I was also in this queer fat body that couldn't easily be gendered, it confused my race and the perception of how I was perceived. But it's also like, when you understand race as a construct, it just like proves the point over and over. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dean.
And can you just share with us your name and your pronouns?
My name is Mutlatsi. My pronouns are she, her, them, they. Hi, Dean.
Hi, Mama.
Again, I apologize for not being here for your talk, but this is me making up for it. So you've mentioned your mechanisms, how by using your body to disrupt, to challenge, but then also at the same time challenging yourself, looking inwards. Two very important things. But I also wanted to know, what are your mechanisms for community? Where do you go? How are you consciously creating those safe spaces? And in particular, just especially how I look at your career and how you've used your body and how you've changed. Still the same image, but it's no longer just your body. Now you're moving towards creating these sculptures, which is just beautiful. And I'm wondering, you're creating these beautiful sculptures, but how are you creating these? How are you creating the communities? And in your creating all these communities in your safe space, are these also influenced by the way in which you do your artwork? Thank you.
Thank you. It's quite deliberate. I make an offering of myself, and I ask people to join me at end. And I try to invite people to be soft with me. I invite people to be in a tender relationship with me by being vulnerable and truthful, not only about the struggles I face, but in the questions I need to ask. And I have a vision, but mostly I have hard questions about why we can't live in the world where we can all be safe. So I think I've done it enough now that I have a certain amount of visibility, which also allowed me to call and gather people to work with me. And because one of the things, I think the mistake I made, probably like the biggest mistake I made when I performed Fuck White People, is that I did it alone. I was the locus of the violence, not only of being a violent white body in Black spaces, but also calling violence to me. So at a point, I couldn't even perform in public in that suit anymore because of the threat of violence that could affect anybody that was in that space with me. So it's a terrible responsibility. So I'm hyper vigilant, I'm hyper present, but I'm not omnipotent. So yeah, I think approaching everything as much as possible from a state of humility is when I got sick, it humbled me because my body could not do the things that it did before. And that is also the thing, but we are all if not already disabled, will become disabled very easily. And understanding that you are vulnerable is a way of being in the world where you can't just do what the fuck you like, even though I often do what the fuck I like. But it's a concentrated, like, life is a laboratory for me.
I want to return, in fact, to a question that discussion relating to the violence of the archive. I was having a really great conversation with Toby outside about the kind of the friction of, on one hand, wanting to have a robust historical reference point from which to work from, whether it's to do political work, whether it's to do artistic work, so that we don't reinvent the wheel, so to say. But then I was also thinking about how the archive, which I'm maybe using as a placeholder for visibility in general, makes us trackable and traceable and findable. I mean, this was how the Holocaust was able to manifest, right? People's ethnicities, whether by virtue of their surname or however it was, were traced and tracked in relation whether to the business, whether to the home, etc. And I'm also thinking now, Hunter Schafer from Euphoria Love was on Instagram or TikTok, on social media, just talking about how her passport, her gender has been changed from female back to male. So this is the kind of traceability that comes with visibility, right? And there's this amazing Vogue artist, visual artist, Benji Ra from Australia. She's the mother of the House of Slay. She says this thing, and I'm paraphrasing heavily, but she was saying that visibility without protection is basically state-sanctioned murder, or inviting that. So I'm wondering, not just for you, Dean, but we're working with a lot of people here who work in the visual arts, or work in the arts in general, and are doing a lot of deep work when it comes to some kinds of archiving. I'm wondering how people are thinking about this in terms of safety. I'm wondering what the counter-narratives to representation being the be-all and the end-all of our politics. What possibilities are we interested in? Are we finding? What challenges, what impossibilities, perhaps, are amongst us here today? And of course, I will invite you to, set us off. But if there are other ideas, I'd love to see hands as we're chatting. Take it away, Dean.
Well, the first thing you do is you hand over the mic.
You're the worst and the best. Irascible, incorrigible.
I didn't hear the question. No. I didn't hear the question. What was the question?
What strategies
It's like your strategies
How can
that
we go
you
beyond?
use.
How can we go beyond the archive, the representation as how we archive? Yeah. So what's the alternatives to
Hi
that?
guys, yeah, good job, mami. I'll start us off.
For me, the body is the archive. The thing I've been thinking about lately is that the body is the archive. The body has memory. The body remembers. I am the representation of my ancestors before me, the ancestors that are with me, and those will come once I'm gone. So for me, it's like, how do I create spaces for bodies for me to live and creating those safe spaces? And more importantly, it's also a sense of humbling that actually I don't need to be seen. I don't have to be the academic that shines and everyone is listening to me and that I must talk. And it's also about recognizing that my job here is also about making sure that I can maybe get all those degrees so that I can get the mic and then be able to pass that mic on.
And just before the next question, I just want to comment on that, or it's stimulated some thinking in me, because when you say the body as archive, I mean, there are many interpretations of that, but one of the ways that I interpret that, I was working in Europe as a curator for 4 years, And we had a lot of partnerships with German museums, and a lot of them are ethnology museums where they are human remains, either in the collection or on display. And this is like, when you say body archive, this is the way that our bodies are archived. And so I'm wondering, and also thinking about legacies of, Sarah Baartman, teeth of Patrice Lumumba, and it goes and it goes and it goes and it goes and it goes. And, there's something about that, and Bettina spoke of this in their question relating to the necropolitics that we're often engaging in, around, through. So I just wanted to articulate that. It's not really a question, it's just a reflection and a thought. Please take it away, Carbon.
Please allow me to think out loud. We are thinking together. We're in this journey together. Sharp. So I slightly deviate from, obviously we're here to speak about the gallery, right? That's kind of like the overarching theme. But I sit here as someone who has, we all have duality to us, but I'm sitting here thinking, okay, I'm a visual artist, I'm a multimedia artist, and like I pop off there, fantastic. But in terms of my day-to-day job, I'm a teacher. I work in a high school. I teach people's bundles of joys, and yeah, like that's where you'll find me at 10 a.m. I'm like in a classroom, Ironically or surprisingly, I teach IT. I don't teach art. But anyway, I find myself, when I speak about visibility, I don't really think about like my art career and saying, oh, I need to be hyper visible as a Black, disabled, trans, artist. But when it comes to me being in the classroom, I insist upon asserting my transness in a space that's extremely conservative, known as education. Understanding how education is being used as a hotbed to push like the invisibilization of trans people from their childhood, right? So you can't be trans from a child, and we know that kids spend most of their time at school. So we are raising trans kids from there. We are raising trans teachers from being able to assert their identity. So these trans kids who have to hide themselves don't ever see a trans adult ever. So they think that trans people don't live till adulthood, right? Like that's the narrative. And education is such a conservative space, especially primary and secondary education. And it's a space that conservatism is allowed under the guise of let's protect the kids, right? So there's no mistake when it's deliberate when they're linking transness to horrible things like pedophilia, because if they can make that link successful, then why would you allow trans people out of school? Because you want to protect the kids, right? So that's what I think about every day, while I also have to teach the kids how to code. Right? And it's like...
Hopefully not binary code.
Oh, definitely. Oh, definitely. Non-binary code, right? So it's like, but then these things, so like I make myself visible, but I can't be too visible, right? So like I'm towing this weird line. So I just say, hi, please call me Mix. Don't use Mr., don't use Miss, don't use Sir, don't use Ma'am. I use Mix. And they're like, oh, what's Mix? And all I say is, it's a gender neutral version. Just says I'm an adult, that's it. I have never actually said the word, I am trans in the classroom. I've never actually said it, but those who know will know, right? Those who know will know. And those who don't know, I'm getting around them. So I have like my title and my surname as a poster in my class because I know they haven't seen Mix before. So I put it there. But then I also put like the Pride Progress flag on that poster in like a circle. So those who don't know think my theme is rainbow, right? Especially when I talk the younger ones, it made sense. Sometimes you have a bee classroom, you have a forest classroom. I had the rainbow classroom. So again, those who know will know. So I'm just like, I don't know. I'm making myself visible in the classroom subtly because it's tense, right? And I need to keep my 9-to-5 job. And also I like teaching your bundles of joy. What must I say? But at the same time, I can't say things because the thing I say, the child goes home, tells, hey, parent, we did X, Y, Z. That then gets turned into something else. The next thing, the principal's being met with because I'm pushing gay propaganda, right? And then that becomes this whole like disciplinary hearing, blah, blah, blah. And then that becomes me going to the CCMA for discrimination. Do you see what I mean? Yeah. Like, and all I want to do is teach your kids how to code. So I don't know. So, but at the same time, I don't want to do them a disservice. So when we teach how to code, and you know when you have to fill in a form and you drop down the lists, I always ask the kids, I'm like, when we do the gender part, what are you gonna do? Like, what are you gonna do? And they're like, no, we'll just make a drop down of an M and an F. And I'm like, okay, well, what about me as your user? Okay, because remember, you have to build systems for your user, not for yourself, for the people who use it. So what are you gonna do? How do I fill in your form? I just use myself as an example, just to queer up the classroom, just for chaos sake, right? But again, yes, chaos. I'm here for chaos. But again, and remember, we're thinking out loud, right? So there's no point, but there are points along the way.
Maybe it's about the friends we make along the way.
Along the way, right? But the point I'm trying to make is that I feel I need to be visible as a duty to myself mostly, but also to the queer kids out there, because already in my 3-year career as being an openly trans teacher, I have met the queer kids who have come to me. And they have said, you are the first trans person I've ever met. Can I ask you questions? And I'm like, of course you can, my angel. I have had, this week a grade 4 student made me a card. I don't know why, but thank you. And in the card, this grade 4 did hearts and stuff and said, you are handsome and pretty.
Oh.
That's what the card said. And so through these kids, I am being seen. And they get it. They can't, maybe they might not articulate it, but they get it. But I also must exist in the world with their parents and my fellow staff members. I have to live with adults. Essentially, I have to contend with adults. So I don't know, is there another way to do this without me being hyper visible? Because it is exhausting work, but I went into teaching twofold. Yeah, I think your kids should learn how to code, but also because I just knew what a difference it would have made to just see another trans adult just chilling, buying things at the tuck shop and walking around, Yeah. That would have made the difference, and I'm seeing it already make the difference. So I don't know. I've taken us out of the gallery and into the classroom, but
no,
is
thank
that
you, Carmen.
visibility?
Thank you.
Should that visibility also be there? Thinking about all the things I'm contending with, thinking about the Trump and the fascism that I'm contending with. But at the end of the day, it's me and people's bundles of joys, and we're having fun coding.
Thanks, Carmen. Do you want to respond to that, Dean?
Thank you. I'm struggling to remember the author, but the academic in the room, of which there are many, will remember, referenced me. Visibility is a trapdoor that's not only into the trap, but it also is a way to navigate and find the shortcut through working. Yeah. So I think that we use the tool that we have and the methodology that we have, and part of some of the work that we do as well at camp is to look at guerrilla warfare and the way that guerrillas work, because there is ways of moving and working in the world that doesn't have to be at the cost of everything that you are. That we can move in the tunnel, we can break through the borders, we can resist in every way that is not only safe for us, but very necessary to continue to build third spaces beyond the binary that is expected of us. Well done on doing that. That is such important work. Working in the classroom, and for me, gallery, schmallery, everything the fucking classroom, because people need to learn.
Thank you so much, Dean. I'm going to invite everyone to give a round of applause to Dean Hutton. And thank you so much for those beautiful, beautiful comments and questions. Really so stimulating, but also so heart-centered and heart-led, which we love to see. We're going to segue to our next panel. Sorry, I'm going to keep sitting because my back's sore. But we're going to segue to the next panel, and I am going to introduce the moderator. And we will only have one speaker for this panel. Unfortunately, the speaker won't be able to join us, but I'm sure you'll find that this one speaker is enough for two. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Neo Mokgopa to join me on stage. Neo Mokgopa, he is a writer and artist living and working in Johannesburg, South Africa. Neo holds a law degree with the University of Cape Town and is a thought fellow at the Center for Creative and Critical Thought at the University of Stellenbosch. Neo serves on Section 11 Committee on the National Question and Anti-Racism for the South African Human Rights Commission. I didn't know that. That is so hot. And is a widely published writer with a regular column in the Daily Maverick titled There. Neo's written and artistic work explore the intimacy of the past and how we negotiate ourselves through it. They're interested in Blackness, in queerness, and in power. Please join me in welcoming Neo Mokgopa. And then we have Yonela Makhoba, who is a transdisciplinary artist currently living and working between Nqamakwe and Cape Town. They hold a Bachelor of Science in Environmental and Geographic Science and recently completed a master's degree in theater and performance from the University of Cape Town. Their practice encompasses photography, performance art, installation, mixed media, and printmaking, engaging deeply with themes of memory, indigenous knowledge systems, and the body. Makhoba's research investigates the intersections of personal and collective memory. Through an auto-ethnographic lens, their projects include Iti, Ritual Studies, a multi-sensory exploration of rituals centered on tea. In the form of a series of installations and ritual performances, Iti is the primary ritual of the study, a Xhosa practice for honoring and remembering the matriarchal. These iterations serve as a culmination of Makhoba's interdisciplinary approach, offering both personal and collective healing. In 2025, Makhoba will participate in the Bag Factory Young and Unframed Artist Program, continuing their exploration of memory and healing. Makhoba's work has been exhibited in solo and group shows and is held in the collections of the Iziko National Museum and the University of Cape Town. Their art interrogates and reconfigures narratives of belonging, memory, and transformation, bridging past, present, and future. Through their unwavering dedication to storytelling and ritual, Makhoba continues to create art that bridges the past and present, the personal and communal, inviting audiences to engage in acts of remembrance and transformation. Please welcome to the stage, Yonela Makhoba.
Fede. Cool. Thank you, everybody, for making this time. I appreciate it. I'm scared. It's been a tough time, personally. But I'm really grateful for this gathering. So thank you for sitting with me.
Is this on? Okay.
I want to begin by kind of thinking around where we are with the word queer and some reflections there. So on the one hand, queerness is still notionally a site of oppression, of humiliation, of discrimination. But at the other hand, in certain spaces, queerness has developed a kind of currency of its own, right? In particular communities, in particular ways. While that's also been happening, we've seen capitalism absorbing queerness, right? And delivering queerness for consumption and telling us that queerness is this monoculture, that marketing agencies can tell you what a queer person looks like, what they eat, where they hang out, what they read, et cetera, et cetera. And so we have this thing that sometimes is difficult to recognize. Along that, we also have what is sometimes called homo nationalism, right? This idea that if I can use the term, and I know it's problematic, and I'm trying to be problematizing, You know, this idea of the first world, and projecting being progressive as a first world, modern, contemporary, you know what I mean? But it must look like this. And so if you are homophobic, then you are backward in particular ways, right? So that's happening. One of the things that have been really troubling me is through all of that, and there's so much else, right? Is this kind of scientification of queerness, the scientification of the body, of your experiences, of your being, you know, with this kind of Cartesian planes of identity, you know what I mean, assigned as this desire, as this identity, this sexuality, this, you know what I mean, it kind of compounds into this science, you know? Yeah, so I want to kind of sit with that. And I wanted to read something. I know I'm being a little bit long in this kind of introduction, but I suppose also we only have one speaker, so I'm going to, if you can be generous with me, please. So this is a text from Cameron Awkward Rich called Feeling Strange. I'm sure many of you are familiar with it. But so here it goes. These days, it seems everyone keeps talking about joy, Black joy, trans joy, a syntax of flourishing despite the facts. White supremacy relies on the idea that to live outside of the impossibility, relies on the idea that to live outside of the impossibly small space of white, straight, disabled, middle-class maleness is purely to suffer. White supremacy both produces actual suffering and needs to imagine that pure suffering exists in order to justify that production. White man's burden, history of colonialism, etc. So I do understand joy is one way to claim personhood, to resist being flattened out. Still, I'm skeptical about the poetics of joy, its resistance capacities, at least on its own. An example recently, there was a Law and Order SVU episode in which a confrontation between a group of black cis boys and a white trans girl resulted in the trans girl's death and a black boy's imprisonment. The episode seemed, on the face of it, to have an anti-racist and anti-transphobic message. It made both protagonists fully human, divided our sympathy. In this rendering, both the black cis boy and the white trans girl are essentially good kids thrown into a world where the trajectories are being unjustly, my phone is messing around here. Where their trajectories have been unjustly predetermined, that boy will inevitably go to jail. We are supposed to notice that this is not the fault of either individual or any individual. Rather, it's the fault of the system. Law and Order pretends to want us to rage against the machine, but it's funny how even this good liberal story can't imagine blackness and transness as anything but antagonists. That the place where they meet can be marked by anything but violence. And I think I'll leave it there. And I raise that as a kind of segue into this conversation, thinking about Black queerness, thinking about your own Blackness and your own queerness. And I raise it to think about our own context, but also as an opportunity to critique as well. So Blackness and queerness are seen as a necessary calamity. Is that so in Africa? Is that so in our lives? Is that so for you?
Yeah, Malin. God bless. My queerness. You know what? When you were talking, when you were beginning, I was thinking about this thing that you were saying about how it's become commodified. I used to work as a stylist, and we would get these briefs, and they'd be like, euphoria, and there's a particular aesthetic that they're looking for. It's color, it's the colors, the makeup, the hair, every single part of it. There's an aesthetic for it, and you move through many different briefs, and the brief is the same, and all of them are kind of trying to represent this anything that's new, that's Gen Z, that's gay, that's queer, that's, you know, the rainbow basically. And so I've kind of seen that, and it's also just like you also are witnessing the backhand of people who don't give a damn about this thing, and they are, it's a marketing thing. They're looking to basically like tick that we have a queer character in this advert. MTN loves queers, you know. Yeah, because that's the thing, that the ad is that everyone must have a SIM card, and MTN loves. I don't know, I have nothing against MTN, but you know, but it's just the thing that's coming to mind. So that's what I was first thinking about when you were talking. My queerness. I think I say all the time that I came out or realized or accepted myself late. But I was a naughty child. I was a kind of child who's like, show me, I'll show you. Like but anyone was up for grabs. And I didn't have boundaries about who, how, where. I knew that I had to hide it though. And I think maybe that idea of hiding is something that I grew up with. And maybe it's also the thing that concealed myself from myself. So by the time I'm realizing that I am who I am, I have to come out for myself, to myself. So yeah, there's that part of my queerness. And then I had now that I know, I was like, who will I be? How will I act? Like what's the vibe, you know? And I think because I felt late. I felt late for the party. I felt late for the experience. So I was like, should I work out and be butch? Should I da-da-da-da? And like that was my impulse. The minute I was like, okay, cool, we're grounded, we are this. And also because I express a lot of myself with the way that I dress. So I was like, how do I perform? How do I show? And I think for the first few years of my outwardly queer self, I was queer in proximity to the people that I was with. I was queer because my partner is clearly queer. And so that's like proximal kind of, I'm associated.
Queer by association.
Yeah, I'm like queer by association, but I'm kind of safe, but I'm kind of like, if I'm alone, then I'm straight, I guess. Yeah, you know, and it took me a while to be queer alone, like just me. Like now I'm like, this is me. Partner, no partner, vibrator, no vibrate, like whatever, the strap, no strap, you know, all the kinds of things that could be the indicator, septum, no septum, you know, because we have markers, you know. So yeah, you know what? Just to kind of also link my queerness to my work, I don't know if my beginning, like my photographic works, touched on my queerness, and then I think the more I realized as I stand, I am. I don't think it has been a deliberate thing. I meet my queerness specifically in my performances where I to group people, and then I'm at like I am conflicted because I will group people, maybe let's say based on gender, and then I meet someone that I'm like, you know what, you are complicating this thing that I'm trying to do, and then I feel icky inside because, for context, I was doing a ritual called Iti, and I was trying to honor the way that we ritualize things back home. And so the thing that I was doing was that at the end of every ritual, people separate into their gendered groups. Like the women will go into a hut, the men will go there, da 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 da, you know, that kind of thing. And I was trying to honor that, but then I hit a sticky spot with myself when I met my non-binary friend, because now I'm like, you know, and we kind of looked at each other, and it was like, you know, So yeah, so then it's like, yeah. I'm fine now.
I hear you. I hear you. I think as you were talking, I was thinking about kind of queerness and identity and blackness and Africanness. I've been really interested by this notion for a while now around, and I'm generalizing very aggressively here, so please forgive me, but generally, I'm going to say in Western global Northern thought, right? There's all of these philosophers, right? Immanuel Kant, Descartes, and all of them. And the insistence is on the self, you know, it's I think, therefore I am. And I can self-execute, self-determination, self-actualization, self, you know? And we have lots of currents like that in my life, in our lives, in South Africa, right? This incredible premium that we place on being independent. You know what I mean? Like you're successful once you're independent. Once you live alone, I saw this TikTok the other day that said, if you're a woman living alone, then you're the first person to ever do that in your entire lineage. It's never been done before. But it was being said as like a point of like celebration of pride of like, you know, and it can be absolutely, and you know. But yeah, it made me think about that and then kind of juxtaposing that maybe a little bit lazily with this notion of Ubuntu. And maybe to think about Ubuntu as a few ways, right? So I am made up of the people in my life. I am because you are. But I can also kind of think of it as, and I know it's not quite this, but kind of thinking about the word, the part ubu as of, you know, and ntu being a root word similar to isintu, abantu, etc., etc. So it's kind of very deeply relational. It's about other people. And when you drop kind of queerness into that, it becomes interesting for me. And I'd love to comment there, right? This idea of, well, you know, how do you maneuver queerness and representation and being self-determination with community, with being mirrored, you know what I mean, where so much of who I am and what I am comes from other people that have nothing, that are not me, you know? And that's important to me. And balancing that with then this kind of, the self-expression then of like, you know, these are my pronouns, or, you know, and otherwise. I'm not sure if you have a comment there.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out if I should say this. Anyway, thinking about even this idea that, oh, you know, and Ubuntu and people around you shaping you. Today, when I was coming here, I got into an Uber and my Uber driver was like, who's the old man at the back seat? And I was like, which old man? And he's like, he's with you right now. And so I think, you know, so like even just that experience of feeling like I'm here, I'm going to Back Factory, and then someone being like, "Awukho, you know, there's your grandfather right behind you, and he's chilling in the back seat," you know. So there's a queerness to that as well. Like there's a queer in the sense that like reality has leaked into each other. The curtain, the veil thing is not there anymore. And this guy is seeing my grandfather in a rearview mirror, and that does not make no sense. It doesn't. And we spent the whole ride talking about this thing, and as jarring as it was, there was also like a sense, oh, okay, Kundi, right? You know, like, okay, sharp. Like, Dipelele, it's fine. And there's a conceptual knowing that you are not alone, but there's something else when someone witnesses that not aloneness. And the you know, the kind of, can I say it? Like, I look like this and my grandfather is with me. And so my grandfather in many ways, like, you know, there's many things that, because he's with me right now, shifts the way that I move and am in the space. But also I moved back to home in Zimbabwe, and I've been taking photos specifically during rituals in the family. And because of these demarcations that the men are there, the people are there, da 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 da. What I've started to realize is that because of the camera, because of my queerness, I occupy all those spaces because everyone wants a photo taken. And so they spill their secrets. I know the secrets of each of the rooms because everyone wants a picture, right? And so that, for me, I'm like, they know I'm queer because somehow I am in that room. They don't need to call me they don't need to call me anything. They can really just be like, Yonelo zothatha le photo. And the time I'm taking that photo, or when everyone is there, like marching it up or whatever, I'm privy to something that should ordinarily not, I should not be privy to, you know. I've seen things and been invited into spaces where a girl child should not be, a woman should not be, and there is an acceptance for that. They accept that I must be in it, and then maybe it's not about my queerness. Maybe they just understand that I'm the archivist of the family, and so they don't interfere with my work, and it's an honor, I guess. You know, like not I guess, it is an honor. And so that's how I'm navigating that space, and particularly, and I'm talking about that space specifically because those are my people, that's my family, and when I think about Ubuntu, and I am, because they are, it's even worse because they have a queer person in the, they don't want to name it sharp, but I also think that we live, well, in my family there's a lot of things hidden in plain sight, and that's both and like a protective thing, but it's also a thing of, I guess, people don't want to come out. There's a lot, you know. But yeah, that's what I thought.
I get that. I'm interested then in your relationship with, I want to like load up this question, but I want to take it slow at the same time. I'm interested in your relationship with audiences or people who get to witness your work. What's that like? Can you tell us about that? And maybe I should say, kind of within the context, maybe I'm approaching it from this idea of, again, kind of generalizing too, but you know, the kind, maybe there's many different kinds of artists, but I'm thinking about these two kinds of artists. The one where it's very internal, it's about your internal habitat, and it's this, you know, expression, and it's you, and it's, you know what I mean, and it can be sacred in many different kinds of ways. Versus then, and I'm almost hearing similar kinds of things where art is about the people and it's for the people, and the kind of artist that sees themselves as a conduit, as a, you know, is as a messenger, an in-betweener, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm curious about your relationship with artists in that kind of context.
So the thing is that sometimes something is affecting me because, okay, so I'll have a dream and I know that this dream is for me, right? But then I start to realize, so then there's the personal thing that does not have to do with an audience. And then I start witnessing that whatever has been brought up, for instance, I wanted to do a ritual to remember my grandmother. And I thought it was like a me thing, right? And then I started looking around me and I started realizing, well, what are the rituals for women? You know, what are the rituals in my village to honor women? Indonjane is dead. Iti is dying. And all these kinds of ways of honoring, remembering, they're not being practiced. And so then it moves from my own personal thing to become our collective thing. And so even when I think, even the process of making any performance or offering, I'm being rocked, as like internally I am going through the utmost because I'm in the process learning stuff. learning how to serve people because I will have to serve tea. I'm learning how to lead people. So there's many different things that I'm learning myself. But in the moment where you come into the space, it's for you. It's for the audience, but it's also for, I think these, particularly the tea rituals, are to trigger something in people. Yeah, like to trigger the grannies, like yeah, I'm being honest, you know. Yeah, like I mean to trigger the grannies. Uhuru Palafala talks about the Matriarch Archive, and she talks about these very domestic ways of knowing, these, you know, conversations, things that go in the wind, like Umakulu said this, and then suddenly that is something that you can hold on to, and it can be the way you live your life. You know, in the village, people say itiku, which means take it easy, be steady. And all these things are fleeting, and they're, you know, if you don't listen properly, you're gonna miss it. But they're saying something about the times. Kufaste jobe, kufaste kaba, itiku. You know, and so that kind of, so when I'm saying I'm triggering the grannies stuff. You know, I'm triggering the tea time, God's time. You know, there's many things that are shared in those moments. And so, yeah, and I mean, some of the rituals are like, I trigger granny time, but I trigger erotic granny, you know? Yeah, because our grannies were erotic. And our grannies would go buy hotels and they'd sleep with men they shouldn't, or do things with girls they shouldn't. We don't know what our grannies were doing. All we know is that, do you know, like, I don't know, man. Do you know what I'm saying? But there's space to speculate when you think about tea time and the things that are shared during tea time. So yeah, I kind of create a space for those things to almost unravel. And yeah, for us to unburden ourselves and remember the matriarchs. Oh, yeah.
So this question of representation, I beg your pardon, so much has been said about it already. And I really want to invite your thoughts on, and really more your personal thoughts around representation, you know. So maybe just as a thought starter provocation. So what is Black queerness for you? And how does it, or how is it in a dance with the ways that you are seeing how you are identified and how your work is received? Is there a thought around there sometimes?
Do you know what? I can't lie. When I was thinking about this panel discussion, I was like, representation, abstraction, representation, abstraction. And I was trying to figure out where I sit. And I don't know still. But what I, please ask that question again.
So what do we do with representation? What are your kind of general reflections around the notion of representation, but more specifically, I guess, you get identified a particular way by people, by
Okay.
people that see your work.
I found it.
Yeah.
There's when I started with my photography, I would put myself in the image, and I would queer myself, and I would almost like put opposing things next to each other. I'll be like, Iglesia, raised in the church. Oh, I'll just do that thing of like clashing with the clashes that are already happening within myself. I would visualize them. And then 2020 happened, and death became a real theme in my life. And I kind of moved out of the space of, you know, taking those photos and showing myself in that way. But I started thinking about how we can look at a plot of land and someone can say people died in this plot of land, but you're looking at the plot of land and there's nothing. And then I started thinking about representing these sites where things are hidden in plain sight, where death covers all, where a piece of land can hold history, but the history is unseen, and it maybe can be felt, but you know, it's just a piece of land. And then I think my practice in itself is, for me, a representation of my queerness. I can't tell you what I do. Like, I can't say it's the photography. I feel I pick up the thing that I need to pick up in the time that I need to pick it up. I pick up the thing that wants to be picked up, and I let go of the other thing, which makes it hard to contain myself. It's hard for me to write an artist statement, for instance, because I'm like, what do you do, Ntombazana, you know? And that what do you do? What is this thing that you're doing? How do you contain it? And for me, it's interesting because it signals that I don't need to be in one single thing that I'm kind of pouring out in many different places. It's hard though, because I feel like I might need to contain myself, but yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I hear you. Thinking about your work and how very much it's about people, you know what I mean? Especially when it's performance and there's engagement and otherwise, right? And then thinking about the gallery, which for me, the gallery is not about people. The gallery hates people, especially these major, you know, we should name them. You know, the Everett Reads and whatnot that doesn't even let you get inside, right, in particular ways. Yeah, I guess how do you navigate those kinds of tensions where when your work is about people and it's about bringing people in and people's stories and our stories and your own stories and otherwise and sharing and, you know what I mean, and ritual and offering, the word offering that you used, versus then a gallery that is, you know, I just want investors, buyers. I'm not really interested in having like a regular public programming where people are seeing your work. You know what I mean? So I guess I'm curious about those tensions.
Iyo. Chonga man. So I started my career and I deeply wanted to be a gallery girl. You know, because there's prestige, there's, well, you know, but there's you are seen to be doing things because you are at this gallery. And I was running in, and I was trying to get into group shows after group shows after group shows, and that was happening, right? All of these things were happening, but I found myself not knowing what I'm doing, where I'm going, because you get asked to come to a group show and then suddenly they ask you, sorry, the tea bag pieces, it's growing mold. Is it archival? And then the framing, how is it going to be bought? How is it going to go into someone's house? And so then the questions start veering you from the thing that you're investigating, and you start feeling the pressure to kind of frame it, put it in resin so that it can be archival. Never mind what you wanted to do. Never mind that you wanted to decay. You never mind that that's the intention of the thing, that the mold is intended. So it starts making you like shaky, you know? And that's why I left and I went to go study my master's, because I needed to think. So I kind of found refuge. I know it's an institution and it's hectic, but I found refuge just doing my master's and like thinking about my work. And then while I was doing my master's, I stumbled upon Defunct Context, which is a project space, not a project space. It is an installation space institution by George Malashe. And it's outside, and it's a kind of gallery, but it's not a gallery. And there were specific ways that I could engage in that space and invite people into that space that I never needed, that I could never do in a gallery. And so I feel like now that I've experienced that and I've experienced something different, and also for some reason I've always existed in like residencies, and it's hard to go into the gallery. The gallery, I don't know, asivani ncam, you know. But I'm finding these spaces where I can do that. And a big part of it is that my practice is about embedding, right? So if I put one layer of ochre, I need to come back and put another layer of ochre, and I need to put another layer of ochre. And I can't do that if the space needs to be cleaned or people are gonna walk in, and I can't light my candle. And then, you know, there's very specific things that I need for the offering to be able to be happen. So even a gallery we'd have to meet each other in that kind of way. I'm yet to meet her though, the one that will meet me that way. Yeah.
I get that. As you were talking, I kept thinking about this kind of this perhaps clash of Black queerness, and maybe not to share too much about myself. Maybe I don't know, but I'm tired. I'm tired of kind of, you know, so there's these narratives about kind of Black queerness as radical, as brilliant, as, you know, revolutionary, and it's beautiful and it's useful and otherwise. But I also just want to be, and I don't want to always be put on some strange pedestal of, you know, being queer means closer to God in some ways. You know, I want to confront my own ordinariness, how mundane I really am, actually, you know? Yeah, and I guess I'm curious about that too, and your experience of Black queerness and Black, I was gonna say Black magic, but you know what I mean? I think the phrase was Black girl magic, kind of those ideas, right? You know, and the thing about it, right, is this how, you know, whenever we're saying Black is radical to what? It's a protest, it's a critique of whiteness, you know? And I don't want to be obsessed with whiteness in my own being. I don't want myself, you know what I mean? Like I'm always orienting around, yeah, we'll tell them, yeah, counter narrative, yeah, you know what I mean? And I'm tired, and I'm just inviting your comment there.
Oh, I'm tired now. Do you know what? And Diaz, like, I don't even like the thing that I've decided that I will be led by, because that route of to be radical, to be da. Sometimes you don't intend to be radical and it happens, and that's better for me. Stumble upon it. But I'm really just taking directive from the grannies, if I'm honest. Like my concern right now is that either, I don't know, I'm concerned about the spirit and the rituals that facilitate the spirit. And yeah, and that thing, and that's what I'm gonna put my work, my strength to, because I'm tired of the other one. Also, even the thing of centering whiteness is, the way that I think about it now, I'm like, I understand that there are things I can't access because there was the Witchcraft Suppression Act and there was Christianity. There is Christianity, right? And so there is knowledge that I don't have access to that I would ordinarily have access to, right? And so I understand that, and I'm like, okay, cool, but okay, sharp. And that's not my center. I'm like, okay, these are the things that might be the hindrance to this thing. And so how do I access that thing, right? And it's a slow process, though, than opposing something. I don't feel like I'm opposing something. I'm almost trying to listen to the creaks in the corners, even me, like my body, I have a scar that itches when I enter into spaces I shouldn't be. And those things, though, for me, I'm like, I would rather spend time deeply listening to my body, to my dreams, and to the things that I feel like I need. And when I'm not, I feel like I need to dance to Gqom. And, you know, and for me, it's my mandate and I will invite people into the mandate. I'm not, I'm, you know, and there's many things I can say about dancing to Gqom, but, and the reason why I'll be like, I just want to dance to Gqom, because in that space, I am dealing with my spirit and I'm working at my body, but I'm also like, you know, like I'm releasing, I'm shaking things, because maybe that's also part of things that we should be doing, like, as opposed to sometimes thinking too much about it, but like go to the club and shake the nyash, you know, just to shake. That's me. Like, so I'm like, yeah, I think about that, like, push, but I feel like I did it and it drained me so much, and I realized that I can't activism like this. I can't, that RMF era, I can't do it. Askis.
You're triggering the grannies.
Yeah, but I can't do it the same way that we did it then. Like the band loose, you know, and that dip that we all went through is not the type of dip that you go willingly again to, you know. So yeah.
So I'm torn between, so I think it's quite a simple question, but then it becomes like really complicated when you think about it. The question is, are there Black queers in the future? And the way I'm wanting to approach this, when you think about it, like, let me, here's my thinking, right? So on the one hand, yes, is the violent machine just going to flatten and kill everybody, you know? And there'll just be none left in the future? Or will there come a time where the answer can be no, but the people are there, but the word Black and queer is not contextualized in the same way? It means something totally different. It has nothing to do with oppression. It has nothing to do with colonialism. You know what I mean? Where Black queers are free, so free that, well, what do we mean then, Black queer, you know? And then of course, is also then like just genuinely, maybe we just continue on, and ours is to fight, and ours is to make and dream and offer, you know? And that role remains relevant, you know? So I'm wondering what you think then about 2 generations from now. Will there be someone like you who, yeah.
I mean, I think surely, and yeah, actually, because Carbon is teaching kids. Do you get what I'm saying? Carbon is teaching the kids. The kids are seeing Carbon. The kids can be because Carbon is, and so that kind of, yeah, like, ooh, yeah, that thing, man. No, I'm literally getting emotional. That's why I'm like, I'm trying to shake myself out of myself, but it's fine. But yeah, I think we are here. We're in this space. We're talking now. And there are people teaching kids, you know, and I'm existing next to my niece. Tabby's existing with their nieces. You know, we're living with this generation that we're talking about now. They're not far waiting to witness us. They are growing with us as well. They are seeing the auntie who wears the strachel and the da-da-da. And even if they're, you know, it is you're handsome and you're beautiful, literally, they are comprehending, they're understanding us, but they're also, I think in that understanding of us, they're opening space for themselves. Because if you can see it, then it's not that hard to dream it. It's not that hard to be like, oh, I can be like that as well. And maybe that's the whole thing about representation even, right? Is that I've seen it, now I know it's possible. And in that way, I think that there is definitely a future Black queer. I don't know if it will have the same stakes as the ones that we have right now. The kids it might just be like, yeah, I'm queer and whatever, you know, it would be a thing that they know a history, the history of Black queers and what queer people have gone through, but maybe that's not their reality, you know, in the same way that we look at our parents and we understand that apartheid was very real, you know, it's real for us as well, but it's real in a different way for them. And I think it will be like, it might not be the same, but it's a similar thing where they can empathize that in a different time you lived in this kind of way and we can live in this kind of way now. I even see it with 19-year-olds. Like my niece is queer, but whatever, you know, and she's not like, it's really not that deep. Like I'll be like, is that your girlfriend? And she's like, take it easy. And like every single time I try to like, she's like, you're too, I don't know, you know, it feels like I'm being too much. So yeah.
I want to invite some questions. It is also 3:45, so maybe we say 3 questions. I think that's fair. I hope. Okay. So can someone help me, please? There's a mic, I think, Lucanio.
Yo, have a man's. I'm sweating in ways that make no sense.
Okay.
Sweating.
Manditi molweni because they're bully samna. And fun no neo. An answer to Neva's question, yes, there will be Black queer people in the future, because I think as Yanela has shown us, and as I always think of myself, I will be an ancestor. I am an ancestor now and I'll be an ancestor soon. And so I will be sitting next to my nephews, my nieces in future, and there will be Black queer people. Unnerving question, which is, when we are dead, am I still Black and queer?
Baby.
And do I want to still be Black and queer when I'm dead?
Thank you for that. I think this question of want and need and otherwise is important. Also, hello, Sanbonan.
Can never.
My name's Nawa. So yeah, thank you for that. I think there's another point over here.
Thank you. My name is TK. Pronouns are they, them, and u. Sanbonan. This is less a question and more just a, Yonela, you said something about the conversation you had with your Uber driver on the way and how this veil was lifted up. And I think just throughout the conversations, even from last week, this being the build up and building on last week's conversation around representation and what that means, I think there's something beautiful in queerness and the queer identity being how the veil is lifted. Because once something is identified as being queer, you can't unknow what has been revealed to you. And there's something really beautiful in the intersections of like spirituality where it's our wedwa. You know, when we talk about the queerness, there is queerness in understanding that just in my energy, there is masculine and feminine. And then it blossoms out to the 248 that walk behind me, 2048 generations that walk behind me, you know, where it's when I walk into a room in my queerness, whether they were homophobes, whoever those people were, by my being here, it is queer. And maybe this does answer your question as well, Noah, that there will always be blackness and queerness, and the definitions of those things will change and they'll shift as it's supposed to happen, because cultures that don't change and shift are cultures that are destined to die. But it's beautiful that we're able to sit here, because 10 years ago, would the conversations have been as in-depth and as free and as queer, you know? So I think it's really beautiful to like approach it and think about it as this unlifting of this veil. And in spaces where we're having these types of conversations, it's about the work just lifting up that veil, whether it's for the oppressors, whether it's removing it for the people who don't even know that they're oppressed. But that is the archive. And we are, like Carvin had said, that we are the living archives. And it's just about showing up, and by virtue of you creating or contributing to anything that you do, it becomes queer. Thank you.
Thank you. As you were talking, I began thinking maybe the better question then is there whiteness in the future? Are there white people in the future? I think that's also quite an interesting one as well. But I think there's another.
Last
Oh,
one.
I'm so sorry. I want to give Yonela a chance.
Quick one. Surely it's up to them. They have to decide. They can let it go or they can stick to it. It's their project. It's not ours. We can deal with ourselves. They must deal with themselves. For me.
Molweni, igama lam ndinguKhwezi Lomso. Thank you so much for today and for the space and for all of it. Pronouns she, her, and u. I've just stolen that one. Love that one. So there was a time when I have so many thoughts, but I want to start with this one, and I won't be long, I hope. There was a time, and I don't know if it's past, when first it's like this thing of Intwaso is now, it's like so fashionable. Everyone is twasering. And then it kind of grew into all the lesbians are twasering. It's all the lesbians. And a friend of mine had this theory that I absolutely loved, right? Which was about how because queer people don't yet marry in the same ways and therefore tie themselves to other families in the same ways, etc., we still remain pure in that sense to be used. But this is a kind of couch theory, but I really like it. So I struggle sometimes with the idea of this clash between Black Africanness and queerness, when in real times it looks like our dead people somehow prefer to use us, or there's kind of this rise in, I don't know, the thing I was saying, right? But all the lesbians, it's so fashionable for all the gays. And I really want you to reflect on that, because there have been times, even in my home, where, so I absolutely relate to this place you are holding of a fluidity, because I just get called quiz, Nyama's quiz. And that's it, right? Like there's no AP, they don't want to explain it, describe it. If I throw a tantrum about, anizothetha into zasekhaya singekho sonke, they'll leave it and be like, oh, Nyamazi. Yeah. So there's something, man, that is there that I think we ought to be using more, and kind of the bad like leveraging on, which are the parts of how we meaning make, we are abantu amongst others, those we see and those we do not see, that prove in so many ways that, Africans we are an abundant people, right? Like, I also like to say, I don't have a God that can create people who can have sex like in one way. I have a God of oceans and forests, and I don't have a God who could create two genders. It just doesn't make sense. There's a way in which Islungu limits imaginative and real ways of being and real ways of living. And so how in your work, how do you make sense of this? I also relate to this, like, I just want to be a girl, I just want to hide, and then there's no hiding. And how do you navigate the suddenly you just can't hide. And therefore, how do you build the buffers to, I just wanna, dance from. Okanye I just wanna cleanse Ekaya, because Ekaya, I know no one's gonna say, I'm both cleanser, and I'm here. Yeah, so what's it with the fashion? And how are you making sense of the fashion?
Of the fashion? I'm part of that, yeah, part of the association, of the once lesbian, then Dikla pipeline. I'm in the pipeline. So, I feel seen. It's really interesting. Like, but you know what? I also think that I feel like to be able to, and maybe this is a quality that a lot of queer people have, to insist that you are the thing you are, and that even if and also you can say, my body's telling me stuff. Like there's many ways which we're insisting in the world that we are, right? And I think that in that we open up portals, because there surely must be, the correlation can't be just that it's a coincidence that the queers are also pipeline to Iglesia, that maybe, and there is the thing of, because you can also, if I can say to myself right now, I'm they, them, and be thinking about it in one way, I'm sure my ancestors are like, oh, well, you can be they, them in other ways as well. And I don't know, you can be a conduit in, there's something that I feel like we are open to something, and we don't resist the thing because the culture outside is saying the thing can't exist. And I think that thing is switch. I think the girls are like, and yeah, how else, that's the only thing that in my mind kind of makes sense. Because like I have a cousin, he is queer, but that's the only thing. And everyone, even if he doesn't say anything, I'm like kinfolk, and he knows I'm kinfolk, but how he's understood is that he's the uliglir, and his queerness is understood within that context, and he sits very well in all of the community. And so I don't know, I think it's an opportunity for maybe the ancestors to slip in. But you used to say this thing, I think 2019, and I don't know if you were quoting someone or it was you used to call us bridges. And I still feel like queer people are like a form of bridge. And maybe that's why the Huns can cross the bridge. They can be like, okay, cool, we need messages. And who we have? We have bridges, I don't know, because I believe that everything is spiritual. So I think even our queerness is spiritual, and even the work we come to do, the fights we come to fight are spiritual. And we have gang, that are here to address those particular fights. Awambi Wedwa, and in Awambi Wedwa is also the thing of, you have your crew that's here to be almost like a casing and hold you while you're doing these difficult things of being queer in this world, in the real world now. But I don't know, I think we're bridges, and I think we're connecting to the girlies. But yeah, the coincidence is crazy. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I want to close with this reading from Theastic Gates, and I'll just read it. I'm not one for ceremony, I'm sorry, but it goes, do we have the capacity to be great creators in the absence of light? If blackness has something to do with the absence of light, Does creating Black art mean that sometimes I'm making when no one's looking? And for the most part, that has been the truth of our lives. Is there light? Yes. But until we own that light, I'm not happy. Until we're in our own houses of exhibition, of discovery, of research, until we figured out how to be masters of our own art world, then I'd rather work in darkness. I'd rather work in darkness because at least I know that I'm working. I don't only want to work when the light comes on. My fear is that we've been trained and conditioned to only create when there's a light, and that makes us codependent on a thing that we don't control. Are you willing to create art in the absence of light? And thank you very much to the Bag Factory, everybody here. I'm gonna hand back over to Kopano.
Gorgeous. Y'all can just chill there. I'm just gonna wrap shit up. Damn, that was so sexy. I need to find my notes because there's so much that I need to say and I need to say it fast. Fuck, that was hard. Thank you guys. And we're well over time. So, you know, if you need to do the thing and skedaddle, don't feel any type of way about that. I have been tasked with trying to form some kind of closing remarks. And I'm a poet, so like a professional Pisces, I wrote a poem about today. Using this technique, I think I said it last time, it's a technique by an Iranian-American poet, Kaveh Akbar, who basically uses found language to develop poetry. So I'm just gonna do that with some of the things that were articulated today. Too young to tell the truth, I watch children hacked through. A black mirror, a desire to index time if I cannot stop it. Jessica Lanyadou describes astrology as the study of the quality of the passage of time, the quality of the study of the passage of time, the study of the quality of the passage of time. And I wonder what listening to a river might tell us about the fish bones stuck to the levees. The specificity of history is to count the bones whole and sing over them like a woman who runs with wolves. In a roto historiography that exceeds language. I'm trying to figure out if I should say this, be gracious with me. I used to be good with words until I saw a child beheaded in the arms of their mother. I know the secrets of rooms and lose my tongue in their shadow. A need for flash photography, representation as perverse pathology. I'm seeing a thought that my mouth is too dry to swallow. So on that note, I would like to say thank you. It's an honor to stand before you. So this second in a three-part public dialogue series explores queer contemporary art history, archival transformation and resistance performance within commodified art spaces, and abstract artists navigate visibility and erasure, activism and commodification within fine art galleries and markets. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our incredible panelists, Dean Hutton, Ruth Mutau, Aubrey de Swart, Sinatema Toalo, Nicholas Strobo, who was not able to make it today, Yonela Makoba, and Hopa. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you for helping us think, reflect, feel more deeply about queer artistic practices. Your insights into photography's transformative potential in reframing archives and abstractions' capacity to transcend representation have expanded our understanding of queer creativity. By interrogating documentation, creation, fluidity, and multiplicity, you've challenged traditional paradigms and redefined how identity is articulated in gallery spaces. Special thank you to our partners, the British Council, for amplifying diverse narratives and making this platform possible. Your dedication to cultural exchange ensures these conversations resonate beyond this room. I didn't write this. To this audio is visual. Our documenters, thank you for capturing these moments, preserving our stories, and honoring the visual and oral traditions that are shaping our histories. And to the Bag Factory team, thank you for your leadership, care, and for creating a space where these urgent conversations thrive. We're also grateful to the Britain Studio for thoughtfully curated menu, perfectly suited to this event, and to each of you who joined us today. Your presence gives us these discussions life and meaning. The series is not just about queer representation, it is also about interrogating how we are seen, where we are seen, and who has access to that visibility. Today's discussions remind us that queer identity is shaped by history, power, and space. Urgent questions remain. How do we reclaim our archives? How do we avoid pinkwashing and build intersectional solidarities? How do we imagine new, just ways of being? And finally, thank you for showing up, listening, questioning, and contributing. In spaces like these, we build the futures we want to see. We look forward to continuing this journey with you in the coming weeks as we move from the shelf to the gallery, then to the streets, and ultimately to the screen, where we will celebrate the 5 Films for Freedom Festival. And on that note, next week, we are closing the event with the Queertopia Festival. And if you can keep your lanyards with your name tags or kind of any kind of proof of registration, you can get quite a discount. So it's 300 Rand per day and 550 for a weekend pass, which is cheaper than the early bird tickets. So if you want to attend that festival, just hang on to your lanyards. And let's keep this conversation going, disrupting, expanding, reimagining how we see and are seen. And before I introduce the performer who's going to be closing off our event, I'm just going to extinguish the candles and take a moment. Just take a moment to extinguish the candles. And if that in that time you want to make a kind of French exit, that is available for you. So many words to say. So our performer for this, what is now almost evening, is Brian Monchiwa, who will be performing a work called Kia Potsa, a performance that has evolved over time, is honored to have its 3rd iteration here today. Initially conceived and performed in 2019 as a site-specific durational performance, Kia Potsa has continued to grow and adapt, reflecting the complexities and nuances of queer identity, desire, and resistance. In 2024, its 2nd iteration took place at the Machadosdorp in Mpumalanga as part of the My Body, My Space Festival. Today we gather to experience the next chapter in this performance journey, one that promises to be just as thought-provoking. As we embark on this 3rd iteration, I invite you to bear witness to the evolution of Kia Potsa, a performance that continues to push boundaries, challenge norms, and celebrate the beauty and complexity of queer existence. Over the next few minutes, let us immerse ourselves in this queer world and allow ourselves to be transformed by its power, vulnerability, and beauty. Thank you very much.
That one is for the stream.